All right, it is 7 o'clock, June 10th, and we will call the June 10th meeting to order. A little bit of reverb up here. Thank you. Okay, we'll start with the roll call. Visual check, we're all here, but Councilmember McCormick,
Present.
Councilmember Andori,
Present.
Councilmember Handel,
Present.
Vice Mayor Kwok,
Present.
and I am here. We are all here to with a wonderful agenda tonight. So looking for adoption of the agenda.
So moved.
A second. Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I am an aye. The agenda for tonight's meeting is adopted, and now we will stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As today is the first of the month, I will read the land acknowledgement. We acknowledge that Lafayette is part of the unceded ancestral homeland of the Bay Miwok people. The Bay Miwok and neighboring Ohlone people have lived in and moved through this place for thousands of years. They've stewarded and shaped this land for hundreds of generations. We express our appreciation and gratitude for this profound legacy, which enhances and contributes to our lives to this day. We will strive to honor this land and strengthen our ties with the indigenous communities that continue to live and work in our East Bay region as our neighbors and community members. We acknowledge and honor them and their ancestors, elders, and next 7 generations. Okay, I will call now for public comments for items not on the agenda. And also, please remember this is for items not on the agenda, but also within the city's jurisdiction.
Mayor Dawson, I have no speakers for persons in the Don Tatson Community Hall, but I do have a speaker in our virtual audience, David Clark.
Welcome, David.
You'll have to hold on a second. Philippe, you have to make me a co-host or a panelist. Or...
Okay, I think that worked.
We hear you.
Thank you. Thank you, Joanne. Yeah, I wanted to just make a brief comment about Community Day, and I wanted to thank the council members and everybody who made that work because it was, I think, a success, a tremendous success. I wanted to pass on also that I worked out on the West Reach, as most of you I think know, but along the creek, along the sidewalk, and a lot of people walked by there that morning in particular, and a number of those people either knew what we were doing or stopped and asked what we were doing and indicated positive support. So on top of everything else, it gets some attention from from the public in a positive way. So thank you everyone for making that work, and I think that's something we look forward to every year. Thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you for those comments.
And I want to thank the Creeks Commission for going in and bringing projects to Community Day. It was very helpful. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
And thanks for participating, David.
And no additional public speakers at this time, Mayor Dawson.
Thank you. We'll move to agenda item 8, City Manager's Update.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. I have updates from a few city departments. From Public Works and Engineering, you've probably noticed that weed abatement is underfoot and underway. And it's, if you take a look at the Mount Diablo medians, you would have noticed a drastic improvement over the weeks past. Construction season is underway, and in addition to our paving projects, East Bay Mud's pipeline replacement project has started, and there's, as people know, there's a detour between St. Mary's Road, around St. Mary's Road between Woodview and Glenside. And also, a couple of meetings ago, you had approved the installation of speed humps on a couple of local roads. They have been installed and striped, and I tested one out myself on Condit. As a reminder, the Connecting Lafayette or the School Street Topper Lane St. Mary's Road project will be presented to the Transportation and Circulation Commission on June the 17th. From Parks, Trails, and Recreation, the summer camps have started. Tiny Tots Preschool and Camp Awesome are summer favorites. Additionally, offering of Lego, engineering, archery, cooking, and pickleball are also very popular. A huge thanks to the Community Foundation of Lafayette. Two city projects or two projects benefiting the city were awarded grants from the Community Foundation. The All Ages Recreation Downtown was awarded the foundation's silver anniversary grant of $25,000. These funds will help this with the two parks collaborative project at Lee Creekside Park and the Gazebo Park. And additionally, the foundation awarded the Spirit Van a $5,000 grant to support the senior transportation program. Moving on to planning, we're about 44% into the calendar year, and a brief review of planning applications finds that ADU applications remain strong, with 30 submitted in 2023 for the whole year. We've already received 16 as of now. Design review applications are lagging, but hillside development permits are on target to be the same as the previous year, which is 26 applications. SB 9 applications were strong in 2023. We received 16 applications. However, there seems to be a slowing down this year. To date, only 4 applications have been submitted. And finally, and last but not the least, City Clerk Robbins will be serving on a panel for the County Elections Department Candidate Workshop, which is titled, So You Want to Run for Office? It will be held in this very room on Saturday, June the 22nd. And that's it for my report.
Thank you. Thank you, City Clerk Robbins, for your participation in that. And definitely thanks to the Community Foundation. That's wonderful news, those grants. Yes, please.
A follow-up question for the city manager. Your mention of ADUs triggered. I saw a headline today, and I didn't read the article, but it said that most ADUs in the state are being done without filing an application. Do we know if that's, well, over half of the ADUs being constructed statewide are being constructed without permits. I don't know if that's true or not, but do you know if anything like that is happening in Lafayette?
I'm looking at the planning director, and he appears to say no, he is not aware.
No, I did not see the article. I would be surprised if a very small percentage of ADUs in Lafayette are constructed without permits, just given the fabric of the community. There tend to be a lot of eyes out there and folks from the city and the inspectors. So I would estimate that all, if not the vast majority of ADUs in the city are adequately permitted.
Okay,
And
thank you.
Councilman Dura, I did the article. It was actually correlating with kind of economic levels of the cities. So it was actually talking about in lower economic areas, they were being done without permits and some of the safety concerns with that. So I think that was kind of the gist of the.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have no presentations on the agenda, so we'll move to the consent calendar. Would any on council?
I'd like to pull the 10A minutes to the May 28th meeting.
Okay. Any other adjustments? Okay, the public comments on this? Is there any?
Mayor Dawson, I have one hand raised and I have no speaker slips for persons in the hall. Andy Kelly.
Yes, my name's Andy Kelly. I'm the Principal Government Affairs and Community Relations Representative for BART. If I may ask the council's indulgence, I was a few minutes late giving a public comment at another meeting and missed your open forum. I just wanted to share with you that starting this month, the 22nd, and once per month for the next 2 years, BART will be doing a shutdown of our system and having a bus bridge in Oakland. But we emailed the council and the city manager's office, and we'll continue to outreach to our passengers. But we wanted to let you know that residents of Lafayette can expect delays up to 1 hour. Those weekends, there'll be a bus bridge. This bus bridge is crucial for allowing us to upgrade our interlockings at those stations.
Andy? Okay, thank you. I think we got the gist that there'll
Great,
be
thank you so
some
much. I
delays. Can you
appreciate it.
please, yeah, this is a different subject item, so at least we got that. You
Okay,
can
great.
send
Thank you
us
so much.
information and we'll make sure that gets posted.
Wonderful. I appreciate it. Have a good evening. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, any public comment about the consent calendar?
No.
All right, we,
Yeah, I'll move adoption of items 10B and C.
A second?
all right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, the consent calendar passes with the omission of the minutes, which we'll revisit. Okay, we will now move on to item 12, staff reports. That'll be city manager and our administrative services director with the ARPA spending report update.
So there are a number of items on the budget and work plans, Mayor, and Tracy and I are going to be sharing in the presentation. That she will be taking the first two items.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. This item is just to do a up-to-date to show where we are with ARPA spending. So as a reminder, we received $6.372 million of ARPA money, American Rescue Plan Act money, in 2 tranches in July of 2021 and 2022. We had a subcommittee of Mayor Dawson and Councilmember Ann Dury, and those funds over the last 2-3 years have been allocated really using the guiding principles that were adopted by the City Council. Just to remind you, those were to protect existing city services and to replace general fund losses, support the economic wellness recovery of households, support the economic recovery of small businesses, to solve immediate specific problems raised by the pandemic for the city and the schools, and in general, make economic recovery investments. So the report details where the money was allocated and where it was spent. You'll see a basic recap in table 1 that shows the monies that were approved, what was spent, and what we are rebudgeting in fiscal year 24-25. So in short, we have spent roughly, of the $6.3 million, we have spent $4 million roughly on these projects that you'll see here. We are keeping $380,000 in the fiscal year 24-25 budget, just to finish off a few projects that remain outstanding, which leaves unallocated amount of $1.99 million, roughly $2 million. So this will come up later. What we are recommending is that the ARPA subcommittee actually recommended that the remaining ARPA funds, the remaining 1.99 million in ARPA funds, be allocated to the general fund expenses in fiscal year 24-25. And that will extend the city's ability to meet the general fund reserve requirement for an additional year through fiscal year 25-26. And that recommendation was done in order to give the council time to make thoughtful and strategic decisions about how to best balance the budget. And obviously you will be hearing more about that budget in another item coming up. So again, there's a few items here. They're sort of all interrelated, but certainly can take questions about this now, and you can take action, I think, later once you see the budget.
Thank you. Councilmember McCormick?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Tracy. I did have a question. It was well explained. We have the outdoor dining bucket. I wanted to just kind of drill in that one a little bit, just because we have a placeholder there, the remaining budget and this year's upcoming fiscal year. For 65,000, it feels like, do we know, I know we have to decide, there could be something like the council about what do we do about outdoor dining end of the year. Is 65,000 enough to improve it, to tear it down? Do we have there's been any conversations what that money would actually be used for?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think we put it in as a placeholder. I think we have not yet, the subcommittee has not yet decided about whether or not we want to extend the outdoor dining. I think that what happens with the money is to a certain extent going to be dependent on how long we may want. Potentially, if you want to do a match so that the businesses will upgrade their facilities and potentially we match, but that's going to depend on how long it's going to last. They might not want to invest any money if they think it's only going to be a short period of time. So that is a placeholder right now. I don't know if Mayor Dawson or Councilmember Anduri want to add.
No, that's pretty correct. We originally had budgeted 200K and we gave back a lot, but we wanted to make sure, because we are kind of pushing out, trying to see about the, if we need to make adjustments to the end and what that would entail and different things. So that's still up in the air, but we did go through the budget so we can look at,
Right.
yeah,
Okay.
using it.
All right. Thank you.
Any other questions? Nope. Okay. Thank you, Tracy. Are there any public comments on this item?
Mayor Dawson, I have no speaker slips for persons in the hall. And I have no hands raised in our virtual audience.
All right. Thank you. In that case, we will continue, because this is part of a discussion we have later. Are there any other comments so we'll move on to the next item otherwise? Okay. We'll now move to item 12A2, the Fiscal Sustainability Subcommittee recommendation. Okay.
All right, so the next staff report is the fiscal, basically it's just the Fiscal Sustainability Subcommittee. Just put it here to be able to potentially allow the council to begin deliberations about a funding measure. So this is just reporting out that the Fiscal Sustainability Subcommittee recommends that the council consider a sales tax increase of up to 1%, 1 cent, which would bring the rate up to 9.75%. So again, the purpose of it being on the agenda tonight is just to allow the council to begin discussions around that item. Again, as I mentioned, interrelated very closely with the budget. So the recommendation is just to consider that. And I think once we get further into the budget item, that will become more relevant.
And if I might add, you will continue your discussions into July about a permanent or an ongoing revenue measure.
Thank you. Are there questions from council? Are there questions from the public or comments?
Mayor Dawson, I have no speakers slips for persons in the hall, and I have no hands raised in our virtual audience.
Okay, and I will note we did receive and read the public comments related to that item. All right, the next staff report, department work plans for fiscal year 24-25.
Thank you, Mayor. Earlier this year, the council identified 3 priorities and desired outcomes for the next fiscal year. They are develop a fiscal sustainability plan for short-term and long-term needs. You identified this as your number one priority. The second being wildfire prevention, preparedness, responsiveness, and utility safety. It's a multi-year priority. And the third is also a multi-year priority, which is downtown and the Mount Diablo Corridor Enhancement Plan. Following council's approval of its priorities, the staff held a management retreat in March of 2024, wherein the department managers identified tasks for the upcoming fiscal year and really seriously took into consideration the established priorities of the city council. And then more recently, in light of the projected budget deficit, the department heads again reviewed the work plans to identify tasks that may have to be delayed as a result of the shortage of staff or lack of funding. The report that you have in your packet contains the work plans of the 5 departments, and they include tasks to implement the priorities set forth by the council, state mandated tasks, and tasks carried over from the last fiscal year. And please note, we did receive a query, and an important one. The tasks in the work plans are not listed in our order of priority. And I think it's a good suggestion, and in future years, we will do that. So it will be easier for the council to have a more robust discussion. With that, you have the 5 department work plans, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. The department heads are here as well to answer specific questions about tasks in their work plans. And we ask that you approve the work plans for 24-25.
Thank you. Questions, council?
So the evacuation time thresholds of significance, you're saying that CCTA is going to do the study, which is great. So when are they expected to finish the entire countywide evacuation plan?
Council Member Candell, I believe it was the end of 2025.
Okay, so it seems like they've got that plan. Isn't that separate than the thresholds of significance? Is that a separate step? That's my question.
What the staff is doing right now is working with CCTA staff to see if we could add the thresholds of significance in the scope of the study. If we're unable to do so, then we would have to take that on ourselves.
Sounds great. We do have the meetings, that come up every once in a while. And if there's a reason for me to be asking for that in a meeting, just let me know.
Thank you. That would be very helpful.
Okay.
Councilmember McCormick?
Thanks. I do have a question on item 2B on the planning building work plan about the downtown objective standards which is great. I'm glad it's being kicked off, but the estimated date of completion was September, which strikes me as quick. Soon, we're here mid-June. Very important to get the downtown, as we all know, it's our one lever to control all this new housing that's going to be here. I was surprised to see such a short window when I'm assuming there'd be levels of review there.
You're right. It is a short overall time frame. The initial phase 1 objective standards took 10 months, but that was at a slower cadence with a subcommittee being formed and working. And so the direction here was because the housing element adoption is a function of this is a critical path to that, to foreshorten it. That was included in the RFP that we prepared, and it will come to public hearings. And so the council will have the opportunity to adopt what is presented initially, or continue the discussion of it for further elaboration of the objective standards.
And just for my own edification, can you outline the steps? I mean, is it going to go to planning or what are the steps that it's going to go through before we see it?
We would circulate it to the Transportation and Circulation Commission, DRC PC, and ultimately the council for adoption.
Okay.
So we probably to foreshorten the review period, have joint sessions with the referral bodies.
Right. All right. Thank you.
So our current ones are based on a point system.
Correct.
Is that how we're putting this together again, or how is it different?
We've not prescribed how it's done. It may be an elaboration on that point system, but it could take a different form.
Okay, because I've been hearing a lot of feedback that our point system is not robust enough. Like maybe people are getting too many points for things and having, getting around a lot of them through our points. Is that part of this? You're saying it's not even part of when you put the RFP out, it wasn't part of that, or was it?
We can incorporate that if the direction from the council is that the current phase 1 objective standards are too liberal or easy to achieve. We can convey that information and direction to the consultant and incorporate recommended revisions to bring back to you to tighten it up and make it a little more to incorporate or require projects to achieve more in that checklist.
Great. That's I don't know. Do we have to vote on something like that, or how do we?
We're happy to take a minute order direction if that's the majority of the council.
Okay. So for example, like one of the things that somebody pointed out to me is like that, you have to have nice, lighting on the outside of the building. Well, they would do like one nice one, and all the rest of them were not nice. And you're like, is the intent is to be a little more consistent with the design standards. And if that is our intent, that we want to have specially designed light fixtures, make them put a lot of them in, or the majority, or something like that. So that would be a preference of mine for sure.
Yeah, I think we just have to be careful because obviously this is where the state's looking at, us not putting roadblocks, and not that it is, but I do agree that we want to make sure we have our standards and want them to be attained. So, so if the point system is too loose of a guidance for that, then I can see your point of tightening up basically the standards for measurement, so to speak.
Right. So kind of following question, because I harken back to Councilmember Dury asked this a few meetings ago about could objective design standards include examples of what we like. I know that's how Danville does it. Quite interesting. So which again comes back to can we really decide on an entire new paradigm for objective design standards in 2.5 months or whatever? I guess that's my concern, is like, it seems like such an important, I appreciate the haste, but I think I'm really interested to see if we can kind of move it very quickly. Because if we're going to do some changing the entire way we do it versus I agree, if it's just adjusting the point system, then that I agree could probably be done fairly mechanically. But if we're going to change the entire philosophy of how we do objective design standards, the public's really going to hear it, right? I think everybody's very concerned about what Mount Diablo is going to look like and what Lafayette's going to look like. So, I guess September 2024 is as good a deadline as any, but we'll have to see what it's going to take to get it out there.
And on the note of providing examples of what the community desires to see, or examples, when the phase 1 objective standards were promulgated and put forward, there was very little of a body of evidence or work from which to draw for that, because we were early on in adopting objective standards in that way. Not to say there weren't any out there, but the subcommittee decided to go the route it did with a numerical system. Now there's a much more robust body of work out there to draw from, so the examples would be easier to pull together. And
that's very exciting. Yeah, thank you.
And again, following up on that, let me just confirm the sequencing of these, because what I read here is that we need to have the objectives design standards in place at the same time as we rezone and adopt a housing element. Is that correct?
Correct. If those objective standards would somehow constrain the building envelope, but if it's something like the example cited of light fixtures or color or materials, those are not constraints on the building envelope. So those could follow on. They need not be simultaneous with the adoption. But if it is a step back or other, open space or some other function which would affect the building envelope, that would need to be done contemporaneously.
Okay, and just, well, a digression, but as you know, I thought these were in priority order, and I thought this was the right priority, at least 1 through 3. We have to get that done, so you need to throw whatever resources we can get at that. And then that leads to my question. As I understand it from the rest of the materials that we have 2 vacancies at the senior planner level in the department. There's a recommendation from staff that, and from, I think, the Fiscal Sustainability Committee, that we freeze 4 positions, so we don't hire for 4 positions. And one of those positions is the senior planner position. And I'm looking at this task list, and one little item here, number 12, is 25 housing element implementation programs. I'm just wondering, realistically, what can we get done with right now? There are 2 vacancies, right? We're trying to hire a senior planner, but right now we have 2 openings. So if we freeze the one, and it's going to be a while before we hire the one we're looking for, what's your thought as to what we can actually get done? And I know this will bleed into the discussion we'll have later this evening.
What you say is accurate. We currently have 2 senior planner vacancies and have an open recruitment. I reviewed a series of applications that were submitted to us recently, and none were qualified applicants. So we have conducted interviews, we have made some offers, but we haven't brought anyone on board to date. So without the second senior planner, we'll be severely hamstrung in our ability to take on advanced planning tasks. The one note of positivity around that is that right now the development environment is such that we're not receiving a lot of new multifamily applications. And so as long as that holds out, it allows us to keep our heads above water. And with the one position, so I think I'll list off our top priorities, and they are the housing element certification, objective standards, and the rezoning to implement the housing element, development agreement for the De Silva property, and comprehensive nexus fee study. It needs to get done. There's just no question about it. And then, as you know, the tree ordinance update is currently underway. So I think with the current staffing levels we have now, we can take those on and get those done in the next fiscal year. Beyond that, we'll be severely challenged to take on additional. I think that with the one additional position, we would then have a project manager to be able to do the 949 Moraga Road RFP, and begin to chip away at the 25 housing programs. And that's what that person would do, is that advanced planning work.
Okay. And one of the items here is the downtown Mount Diablo Corridor Enhancement Plan and developing a plan for multimodality, fewer autos, be mindful of evacuation route requirements. You and I spoke about this afternoon. Do you have any further thoughts as to how we should handle that? As you know, I really think we need to do that. I'll save most of my comments for the comment period, but have any thoughts about how we get this done? And here it talks about making it part of the circulation element, which I will speak against later, but have you thought more about this?
Well, as we discussed, I think if it is characterized and the direction is to kind of pose that question to knowledgeable firms and entities out there, kind of at a high level screening question of with the growth that's anticipated or planned for in the general plan and housing element, are there clear things that we should be looking forward to doing for the boulevard to optimize circulation in the downtown? And there's a broad spectrum of things that potentially could be done, from adding more vehicular lanes to reducing vehicular lanes and increasing other active multimodal transportation. So, or is that amount of growth, is it foreseeable and not a long-term detriment to the community to work with what we currently have with some improvements, to be sure, whether those are green bike lanes or other features, bike boulevards, which are off the boulevard, but provide east-west, north-south circulation. So I think if it's a high-level screening question, we could put that question out to a consultant as a discrete question and scope of work. If it is essentially undertaking the comprehensive updates to the DSP on a much deeper review across a multitude of facets: circulation, land use, retail, commercial, integration with the BART station, connectivity in that way. That is something that we would need to find additional resources to do. In when I say that, I mean staff to project manage that.
Okay, and I'll have more to say on that when we get to discussion. Are we just taking questions on the planning or on all of the work plans?
I think on the work plans, because they're all presented here.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I've got a question on for the city manager on.
I have one more for planning, if I could
Sure,
ask
go
while
ahead.
Greg's
Yep.
in the hot seat there.
Yep.
There are two items. One was just mentioned. You mentioned the enter into a development agreement with the Silver property as one of the priorities. And that is marked as unfunded. So I just wanted to clarify, what did the unfunded mean? Does it mean that we're going to do it or need to still seek funds for that?
Thank you for the question. It requires no additional funding. It is a function of existing staff that we would dedicate the time. It's covered under the existing salaries and general funds.
Okay, funding not necessary. It's not
Correct.
that it would not be accomplished. Its funding is not needed. And that goes for the next item, 11C, prepare an RFP for the 949 Moraga Road project.
We don't anticipate additional funds necessary to complete that.
Okay, great.
At this
Thank you for
time.
clarifying.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Craig. And we might be bouncing around here, but go ahead.
Yeah, so a question for the city manager, and we discussed this afternoon, but this is in the police department work plan. It's item 5, the Go Slow Speed Reduction Campaign. And did you have a chance? Is there further elaboration on that?
Yes, that item says that this program is not funded in the next fiscal year. The council allocated 60,000 this year to buy equipment, radar, signs, lawn signs, and we've now created a web page. We have speed surveys on major roads, and we do a lot of promotional work on a regular basis. This is in addition to the actual enforcement, which our motor officers do. And the reason that it says it's unfunded is because there's no additional equipment to be purchased. There may be some smaller items to be purchased in the upcoming fiscal year. I did have a conversation with our police chief, and Ben, correct me if I am not speaking correctly, but this year was our first year, our pilot year. Staff spent a lot of time and effort creating the webpage, the data collection, the promotionals, the messaging. It does not mean it will stop in July. It will continue. But since we have a base, we have the promotional materials and we have things that we can reuse again, staff will not spend as much time on this task as it did this year. If, for example, if engineering wants a certain street surveyed for speed limits, that's when Andy Comley from the police department would do the data collection and analysis, but we're not going to expand that base. We have what we have this year. We will continue traffic enforcement. It'll always be your priority. I think that's something that you have constantly talked about slowing people down. But just wanted to make the council aware that there will not be as much staff time invested in this task in the upcoming fiscal year.
Okay, so I will reserve comment until we get to the discussion.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions about the work plans? Okay. We'll take public comment, please.
City Council is taking public comment on item 12A3, Department Work Plans. I have no speaker slips for persons in the hall, and I have no hands raised, Mayor Dawson.
All right, thank you. And thank you for the staff reports. I know those were collected in preface for the public hearing, so appreciate that. All right, with that, we will enter the public hearing, 13A, for our proposed budget work plan for the upcoming fiscal year.
Wait, are we going to discuss?
Oh, yes, I apologize.
good.
Yeah, I'm bringing it back for discussion. Is there any, discussion, yes.
Yeah.
I'm
Okay, no problem. All right. First, I want to thank the city manager, city administrator, and the staff for all the work on this. This is fantastic to have this. I mean, this is just great to be able to see what the departments are going to be working on, and realizing that this is a lot to get to. So, but thank you for thinking through it and coming to us. This is really valuable. It'll be valuable to our discussions that are coming up. But I just wanted to continue the discussion I had with Greg on the develop a plan for multimodality. You know, this is something we've been talking about at our strategic or goal setting meetings for the last 3 years, when we knew that we would be putting a large amount of our RENA allocation in the downtown. And we knew that at least the 8-year cycle calls for basically doubling the amount of people who will be living in our downtown if those units were built. And we know that that's going to be very, very difficult. So we have to start right away. And, you know, we've been talking about this for 2.5 years now to think, you know, what can we do to rethink, reimagine our downtown so that people don't have to use cars at the per capita level they're using them now, so that people can move into these units and be able to carry out most of life's necessities, you know, going to school, going to a church, going to the stores, going to entertainment without having to get into a car. And we just, you know, I think that we actually have a great opportunity to be a model for other cities that will find themselves in this circumstance. But I think that maybe the first step is to retain someone that's out of the mold of the normal traffic firm that can take a big picture look. Because as we discussed this afternoon, this isn't just planning. It's not just traffic engineering. It's a combination of both. Somebody has to have a big picture view and tell us, you know, looking at our downtown, looking at what we've done with the housing element and telling us, is there a, an out-of-the-box solution that we could be working on that would let us achieve our goal? Because the alternative is to take what we have now and, basically change it around the edges. We can do things to make things better, but is there a bigger solution that would just be, great for people who live in the town, whether they're downtown or outside of the downtown in the hills? Is there a bigger solution? I'd like to bring someone in to answer that. If they say, nope, you're stuck, you've got to go to normal solutions, then we bring in a firm that thinks about that. But I think we've got to do that very quickly, because all the time we make decisions that impact our ability to make these big choices. And actually the outdoor dining question is a great example, because we've been, well, for the last couple of years, been saying, well, we can't make a proposal for permanent outdoor dining. We can't, so that's why we've been just moving forward in little steps, because we might need to totally reconfigure Mount Diablo Boulevard, or at a minimum, if we're looking at just tinkering around the edges, we might need those parking spaces for bike lane or other use. So we really, we're kind of stuck. And there's other examples of this where you've got the funding for the West Reach project. And one of the possibilities for the West Reach project is to take those parking places across from the Veterans Building and to turn those into a bioretention area, which would serve a number of goals, including adding the square footage of bioretention we need to add in the town. But it also then eliminates a bike lane, because if we're going to put 300 units down at De Silva, we just need to think about all of this together. We need to provide some way for those people to get to the downtown without having to, have a car, without having to own 2 cars. All of it fits together. So every step that we take to add more concrete or anything we change now to Mount Diablo Boulevard, we just make it harder to make a bigger change if we need a bigger change. So that's why I'm really pitching that, it's been a couple of years since we've had this on the goal, that we try to find someone who has a big picture view of these things and can tell us if there is a direction that we could take that would meet that goal. So that's what I'd really like to see happen on this one.
Please. Sure, I agree. Does this person exist? Is my question to you guys.
Yes, there are firms out there that could take this on.
And about how much would that be?
That remains.
Swag it. Any
So,
idea?
I wouldn't want to throw out a number for fear of being
Okay.
grossly wrong at this point, but I just noted a few names of individuals that I'll reach out to bounce this question off of, to get names of firms that would be candidate firms, if you will.
Okay.
But they exist out there in the planning space.
Right. Because
And transportation space in-house.
So it's very exciting. I think you're right. You have this once a generation, just once in a cycle opportunity to reimagine. Obviously cost and time. I mean, my experience, not in maybe the civic side, but just generally speaking, the higher up you go in the strategic thinking, the more expensive it is and the longer it takes, right? So I'm curious, especially in our current fiscal situation, right? I mean, this is probably money well spent, but who's going to be, how quickly can they act? How in my experience, at least, a lot of times the big thinkers, they come out with stuff that's not very actionable. And then there's a lot of work to try to get these concepts that we all can fall in love with into actual things. And so, I don't know. I'm tended, I guess I'm just like, I'm a little, I'd love to see some examples of some work where you can really take a vision, somehow crystallize public opinion around it, and then turn it into action items within, a reasonable amount of time and budget. So I'm excited, but I hope this person does exist. So.
First of all, thank you, Councilmember Nduri, for a very eloquent articulation of a vision that I think we will all get excited about, to really start with the end in mind before we get going just on incremental change, right? It's helpful to have a vision. And again, to see what could this city be, challenged as we are with sort of one lane historically. Do we have to really accept that? Or, before we go about this, should we relook at that and see if there's any other way, given that they're new? We don't just have cars anymore. There are other forms of transportation. So it's always a good time. Now is always a good time to do it. But I do think before we embark on this, that some proper urban planning, I think, might be a word for this, right? Or just having central organizing thought and just having a community conversation around it. It might be very hard, but there could be some things that we're missing that could be some easier wins, let's say, that could help us just build in the right direction. So I'm very supportive of what you said just now, and I'm excited by it. So thank you for bringing it to our attention.
Yeah, thank you. I couldn't agree more. When we started off not too long ago, we're looking at Plan 2040. And, we've obviously been very busy with the housing element for just the next 8 years, but we do need to look out, much further than that. And it's important to start now, because you're right. The more we put in these little incremental changes, the more we actually constrain that vision. So I think we're all on board for trying to plan for the future, but it's back to, like, we're going through the budget now, and hopefully we can bring our community along and helping us to see it's so important to plan for the future of Lafayette, and is going to take revenue that we don't have right now. So that'll be part of the next discussion.
I just wanted to comment that nothing would please the planning director and me more than to do this long range visioning and for our downtown. We've both worked on the downtown for decades now, and it's truly a gem. At the moment, we don't have the staff to do this. We're one senior planner short. If we freeze the other position, we have a housing element that needs to be certified, properties rezoned, and objective standards completed. We have GPAC waiting, wanting to continue with the land use element. So I just want to manage council's expectations that these are not tasks that we can delay. The tasks that I just mentioned, they will take us take the next 3 to 6 months to complete. So if we do hire somebody in-house, that person can be tasked perhaps in the next calendar year. But at this point in time, I hate to say this, we don't have the resources.
Thank you for the reality check. That's important. Okay, any questions, comments to keep on going?
On this point?
Oh, anything. We're just keep
Okay,
going
I'll
with
move
discussion.
I understand that. Thank you. And I appreciate the council's views on this. I think, city manager, planning director understand the council is supportive of doing this. I'm just concerned. We don't want to miss the opportunity. Opportunities like this don't come along. In my mind, we have to do it because we're going to have a growing downtown. We just can't get locked in place because we're approving buildings before we've got them, the master concept in place. But okay, I'll move on to my next.
No, just one comment about that is that it's just the whole environment. We have to approve projects whether we like them or not, right? And so they will be approved. And we don't have development agreements typically anymore because they're taking, density bonus and stuff like that. So we're not getting any help from them to do this work, right? Because we used to be able to get nice things from developers as part of their projects to mitigate their impacts, right? And we just don't get that. So it's a lofty thing, but it's something the city's going to have to do ourselves, unfortunately.
No, I agree with that.
Yeah.
But the way the developers come in, let's say we come up with something that really works so that a developer because developers want to sell their units. That's why developers have parking when they don't have to have parking. No parking within half a mile, but is there a building that's built without parking? No. So if we came up with a way to get people around without having to have two cars, and the developer, it requires the developer to do something to fit into that system, I think developers will do it, but we have to have that system ready when the developer comes in. That's all I'm saying.
I guess, so, yeah, no, so I guess I'm just kind of wondering, how do we go forward from here? Like, I understand, Councilmember, the vision, which is the right vision. We want top-down end goal in mind planning. We hear the reality of we can't do it. I mean, so we either need to embrace the strategy and ask staff to reimagine the budget so we actually have it, or the budget's going to go in like it is and it's not going to happen, right? I mean, don't we have to, I'm curious on what the next steps are there, because we need to ask for like an alternate plan, right? To
Yeah.
kind of get it to happen.
I think what's going to happen is that one way or another, we're going to come back and look at the budget in December. At the latest, we'll be looking at it in January. The planning director, in my mind, you've got so much on your plate. I understand that. And some of this just has to get done because of the state mandate. So I understand this isn't going to get done in the next few months. So I'm just putting it out there. Appreciate the council's support for it.
Okay.
I'm sure we'll be coming back to
Right.
this, and we may ask then for a budget, adjustment once we have a clearer picture of where we are.
Okay, I like that. I like that as a checkpoint plan. Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, so let me move to my next.
I just want to ask a quick
Sure.
question. When we do a development agreement, say with De Silva, how comprehensive is that? Because I could see an opportunity where we can start visualizing, because that's kind of clean slate and kind of incorporate some of the, vision that bubbles up. But how comprehensive is a development agreement, or is it just an agreement to say, okay, we're agreeing to do something with you?
They're open-ended. There's no constraints on how far visioning the development agreement could go. However, I think in practice, they tend to be very related to the developer's desire for a project and desired outcomes in their area of expertise, whether they build commercial or residential. And the city's kind of tangible goals in terms of intersection improvements or circulation features, whether it's a shuttle operated by the development or something like that. And so they tend to be not as broad a visioning document as would be a general plan or downtown specific plan, for example, but more concrete improvements that a given project can produce, whether it's an athletic field or a community park of the sort. And so I think there are bigger questions that wouldn't necessarily fit within a development agreement for a given project that the city would ask and contend with kind of long-term beyond, irrespective of any one project.
That makes sense, but I still think it's an opportunity for a conversation, like what, any developer, actually, it's always good to talk about what we might envision and see how far along they come along those same lines. But okay, thank you for that.
Actually, I'm sorry, I do have just one more thing. Just to clarify, because I know Councilmember Kwok asked about 949 and the fact you say it's unfunded, but I mean, in the thing, was that an error? Because I see some of your other items do actually say like included in staff time. So I just really want to be clear that 949 is going to happen in the current plan with the current staff we've got, or at least according to what we're seeing in the housing element schedule.
Not with our current staffing, but with the hiring of one senior planner, we can take
Okay,
that on.
So this is predicated on one additional planner.
Correct. We wouldn't need an initial budget allocation. We think that we can handle it within the budget allocation for housing element implementation, which is a line item in the budget.
Right.
If for some reason it becomes obvious that there's a deviation of magnitude that we would need to come back to the council for an allocation and say, you know, we would need X, Y, and Z to be able to put forward this RFP, then we'll come back to you, but we don't anticipate that at this time.
And
Okay.
if I might add, if this is a project that the city is going to take on and partner with, say, a housing nonprofit, we would incur some expenses. As an example, we may want to come up with a certain overlay plan to make sure we get the right amount of development or the type of development we need. We may have to do environmental analysis. Those details, I mean, those tasks are not, they haven't been worked out, so they're not funded. So there is a potential to incur expenses as part of this task.
Okay, okay. And so just to follow up though, because I guess so we're saying it's understandable. It's like an open-ended thing at the moment, but we're saying this one is contingent on filling the senior planner role. I just want to.
In terms of staff resources, yes,
resources.
but that position is in your
In the
next
plan. Okay,
year's
that's what I'm trying to, so it's in the budget.
It's in the.
And is that both 11B as well, the De Silva? I mean, is that kind of all, I mean, I'm trying to understand where it says unfunded, but it's in the work plan and doesn't say delayed. Does that mean that is dependent on this hire that we're hoping to get?
De Silva and 949, we can take on, and with the one senior planner.
With one senior planner that
Yep.
needs to be hired?
Correct.
Okay. And if we don't get that hire, we don't get these projects?
I believe we can probably do the De Silva development agreement, but the 949 Moraga RFP would be very difficult to
Right.
manifest.
Okay, good. I wanted to kind of, I was unclear on the unfunded, and it makes sense now. Thank you.
Councilmember Dory, did you want to continue your line of thought from earlier?
Well, I'm moving on to a different work plan.
Oh, okay.
I'm on, is that okay?
Yes, so any more planning right now? Okay. Yes.
Okay,
please.
I'm on the police work plan and coming back to the slow down Lafayette campaign, which got a very strong push when the chief made his presentation about a year and a half ago and talked about being able to acquire equipment that would enable us to monitor the speeds. And that then morphed into a great collaboration between Public Works Engineering and the police department on using this equipment to meet the goals of both departments. But it also fed into our adoption of Vision Zero, because as everyone knows, one of the key factors in keeping people safe is reducing speeds, and speeds is the main component of creating risk in accidents. So the whole goal of the Slow Down campaign was to try to get people to drive within the speed limit, and in fact, to create a civic culture within Lafayette that if you're a Lafayette resident, you drive within the speed limit. That's the ultimate goal, is to get people to say, be something they're proud of. I'm a Lafayette resident. We observe the speed limit. It's a safe speed city. And we've had tremendous people working on this from the staff. It's been Andy Comley with the police department, Patrick Gollier from engineering, and Suzanne Erla from administration. And they are the all-star team working on this. They've really done great. Mayor Dawson and I are privileged to be the council subcommittee for this. And Andy Comley comes prepared. I mean, the plan with the meeting showing the results. You've seen the results that speed have been reduced 20% when we go through this process. We're in the middle of, trying to find a way to actually create this civic culture. I don't think this is the time to slow down. I understand on that aspect of it. This is something that we have staffing difficulties. I understand that, but I hope that we can continue to move this along, and just keep up the momentum we've got going with this. And we've got you're right, we have a very strong base after the first year, but it is going to require, and it won't require as much staff time, or it doesn't need to have as much staff time. If I had my preference and everything, we had plenty of staff time, we'd spend more staff time on it because it's so important to the community. You know, one of well, I still hear concerns all the time. People concerned about people driving above the speed limit in Lafayette. I'd say that's one of the main concerns that I hear expressed. And we need to show that we're doing something. And the chief has his hand up.
Chief Aldrich, welcome.
So I just wanted to follow up on what you're saying and the conversation I had with our city manager. So from a funding aspect, really going forward is staff funding that's already built into our budget. It's Andy and a component of Andy's job, a component of Suzanne's job, a component of Patrick and Mike and the traffic team at the PD. I just want to assure you that the prioritization of Go Slow Lafayette is not going away. And so, where we might have to think about it in the future is if we do go into budget cuts and we start working through decisions on what staff to cut, we might get to a place where the traffic unit would get affected. But that being said, going into this fiscal year, there is no plan to pull back on the Go Slow Lafayette as the ultimate goal for our city. I think for us going forward, and Andy and I just had this conversation last week ahead of your scheduled meeting, is meeting with Patrick and Mike in the coming weeks to sort of, we've got this good base of data, as our city manager said. So Andy heading out into the field and doing Pleasant Hill Road again right now, really the goal is the engineering enforcement education there. But Patrick's done a great job working with Andy, and the two of them have done a great partnership. But as projects come up through this year or concerns, whether they come in from Patrick's side at traffic engineering, or they come into the PD side, using the existing equipment to strategically go out there and identify, do we have a problem? Okay, is there an engineering solution? Is there an enforcement solution? So I just want to reiterate from the PD side, and I know everyone else feels the same way, sort of what does next steps look like from the data collection? That's when we're talking about meeting with Patrick and Mike, and we've got this data, say for Pleasant Hill Road. At what point would we want to go out and remeasure that and say, hey, we've got a good comparison, a 3-month comparison, tickets or engineering. So how we look going forward, I think, is going to be open to thought process with the equipment we have and the partnerships. But the ultimate goal of slowing down through the education, through what Patrick does in engineering, and then our enforcement, that is not going away. I don't need additional monies at this time beyond the staff funding. So if that just answers that question, it's not going to stop being a priority. And unless the day comes where I can come back to you and say we've had a substantial drop in those traffic collision the data, and maybe we say, okay, we can refocus energy somewhere else. Hopefully that answers the question.
Yeah, and I want to say thank you. We got statistics after the meeting from Andy on the number of citations in April and May. And I won't go into the numbers, but let's say annualized, they'd be the highest number of citations given in any year in a long, long time. So I'll just say thank you.
Yeah, I just want to add to that. That was exactly what we were commending the group on. It was the education, enforcement, and engineering. That just was a win-win-win. So great work. And I also want to note that, we've had council priorities, like for instance, safety around schools. That was one of our top ones. And then we hit where we wanted to hit. And then we, moved forward on the council priorities that we've had. And that item, school safety, has moved into basically the fabric of what staff continues to do. So I could see that happening as well with this project and our Vision Zero. I mean, it's all about the data, and we're getting good data. So, but it's really wonderful. I want to just take that chance to plug it and reinforce that it does need to go forward. I think the safe speed culture is so important to us. So thank you.
A question, I'm sorry, Carl, are you done with, do you have, I said, since we have Chief up here, a question on the police work plan. We had a presentation you did a couple months ago about Nixle and communication and things like that. I don't see that on the work plan. And we did talk about, it's costly to evaluate a new technology or anything. So we'd understand then for the next fiscal year, we're not changing courses as far as Nixle and I'm just kind of curious what the plan is for communication with the community over the next fiscal year.
Yeah, so I personally, as a department head, I struggle with my work plan because I want to put a bunch of stuff on there. I try to narrow it down to some of the top priorities, but on Nixle specifically, we are continuing to look at what other options out there, and also look at on the day-to-day basis the opportunities. Don't miss an opportunity to use Nixle either. So that's going to be the ongoing, I think, to answer the question we had that sort of led to the Nixle staff report in the first place. We are looking at other platforms out there. If I was to find a platform that I thought both from a cost and benefit analysis was a better move for us going forward, we still would be, in my opinion, looking at keeping Nixle on, because it's going to take us a while to get everybody over successfully. And since some people have come to rely on that, I could still see us paying for Nixle for another year, 18 months, 24 months once I found the better platform. I really, I think we have to see on the push and the signups, but at least a 1-year plan to successfully get everyone over before we would cancel that. So I didn't put on the work plan, but it is something that we want to continue to look at. I've never been really thrilled with their model, and so that's why I'm personally motivated as the chief to look to see if I can't find something that's better and more cost beneficial.
Okay, but nothing. Well, presumably, I think it's great to look. I guess if there's nothing in the budget for it, we probably wouldn't do much a purchase of a new technology. But I think keeping an eye on it and seeing what's coming would be useful.
I think one of the wins would be is the newer technology is more. I just said reiterate, but a cost benefit where I'm bringing down the price point and we're getting more with it and able to put out more messages or different levels of messages that don't cost and start to creep up the cost.
No, I think we all would like that.
I would say, our city managers told me before, you need to put the Nixle out, put the Nixle out. So I won't say price alone is driving it. I like to see what other models are out there that might be a little more user-friendly and better for citizens on the other side too. So I don't want to make it all about the money. I just think it's a part of that larger conversation about what kind of mid-level communication and we'd like to have and what platforms can best suit us moving forward.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. More questions or discussion around the work plans? Okay.
So
Carl.
I'll move approval of the work plans.
I'll second.
I'll take the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The work plans as presented are approved. Thank you very much for being here and for that work. Okay. With that now, we will move on to public hearings, starting with the proposed budget for the next fiscal year.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. I'm going to start the budget item this year with a little bit of a presentation about the budget, where our revenues come from, how the budget works, and a little bit of information about what is going on with the budget this year. This, of course, may be remedial to some members of the city council, but we do want to make sure that members of the community really do understand how our budget works, what our limitations are, why we are having the fiscal sustainability issues that we're having now. We think that's a very important base to have as you continue this conversation, as you start it tonight, and continue it the next couple of weeks. So with that, I am going to talk about, starting out with talking about the famous buckets. What's really important to understand about municipal finances is that unlike most of everyone's personal finances, government money often comes with strings attached and rules about how money can be spent. So to keep track, we segregate money into what we refer to as buckets. In the budget, we refer to them as funds. So for example, things like gas taxes need to be spent on specific expenses like road maintenance. The impact fees, those development fees, they are reserved for specific uses such as buying additional parkland. What's important to understand is we cannot use those same impact fees for maintaining that parkland. Those maintenance funds would come again out of the general fund bucket. Now, the general fund bucket is the bucket that the city council has full control of and can spend on virtually anything. So that's the bucket that we're going to be concentrating on today because it is the most flexible, and it is the bucket where we are seeing some shortfalls in our budget. So the first thing I think also is very important for people to understand is, where does the city get money? Where does the general fund money come from? There are we have many places, but the 5 biggest sources are property taxes, sales taxes, franchise fees, those fees that come from cable and utilities, PG&E, so on. Fees for service, that would be when we charge fees for permits, things like that. And money from the state, used to be called motor vehicle in lieu fees. That's a pretty complicated one. Let's just leave it money from the state. So the one I really want to talk about, this is the biggest source of the city's revenue. So this is property tax. So everyone is well aware, Lafayette is an affluent community. Homes here right now are selling for a median price of about $2 million. And that all sounds really awesome. A lot of people figure we must really have a lot of money. The houses are expensive. We must be getting a lot of sales tax. I'm sorry, property tax. However, that is actually not the case. Out of the 1% statutory property tax, Lafayette receives only 6% of the 1%. So let me illustrate what that means. If you have a home that is assessed at $1 million, you will pay a property tax, the 1%. It will be $10,000. You will write a check to the assessor for $10,000. What comes back to the city, however, is only $600. So that is 6% of the 1%. So you think about that for a minute. Most people just assume that the $10,000 check they write goes to the city. It does not. So what most people don't know is that before the mid-80s, the city actually got none of that property tax at all. However, we were able to finally get a small piece of that pie. That's a story for another day. And no, that is not something that can be changed. So we'll talk about in a little while what the city can do to raise revenue. I do want to illustrate, this is the percentage of that 1% property tax that different communities, different cities in Contra Costa County get. And you can see that it is very wide. Again, slightly complicated, but the reason that we get such a low amount has to do with the way what property taxes were being charged when the city incorporated. And then there was a process, again, as I told you, we were getting no property taxes. Then around the early 80s, we were able to increase that to about 6.66%. You can see that Lafayette's the 3rd lowest receiver of property taxes in the county. That begs the question, where does it all go? So this is a little hard to read, but I will tell you. So again, you see highlighted there, Lafayette gets 6.6%. By far, the lion's share goes to school districts and education. So about 51% goes to the various school districts, including the community college district. Interestingly enough, 14% goes to Confire. That's more than twice the amount that the city gets from property tax. 11% goes to the county. And then you'll see a lot of teeny tiny numbers. Those are just very small allocations that make up the rest. Those would be like the mosquito abatement, the water agency, some goes to BART, and so on. So this is the breakdown. All of the 1% is spoken for, and Lafayette gets 6.6%. Let's talk about sales tax. Sales tax is also one of the top 3 revenue sources for the city, and everybody's familiar with what a sales tax is. In Lafayette, current rate is 8.75%. That means that for every dollar spent locally, there is a tax of an additional 8 3/4 cents. Now, how much does Lafayette get out of that 8 3/4%? We get 1 cent. We get 1 cent of those extra 8 cents. So again, the question is, where does the 7.75% go? So interestingly, the state gets almost 4% of that. So they get close to half. County mental health gets 1.5%, more than the city of Lafayette. The county also gets 1% split between their general fund and for public safety. For example, the county hospitals, emergency, medical, fire. And 1.25% goes to public transportation, and that's split between BART, Contra Costa Transit Authority, and general county transportation. So we know we have this bucket of money, revenues flow into the general fund. Where does that money go? So we think of where the money goes, it's the 4 Ps. So that would be police, public works, planning, and parks and rec. Those have been traditionally the 4 Ps that the city council has placed as priorities. So 36%, the largest percentage, goes to police. 26% goes to public works. That is the public works. That was the capital improvement program. That is potholes. That is maintenance of the landscaping. 13% goes to planning. Again, all of those things that you were just talking to Director Wolf about, that's largely salaries for planners and contractors who are doing the things that are on the work plan. And then 6% goes to Parks and Rec. So what's important to understand there is that the Parks and Rec recreation programs are self-supporting. However, the general fund does pay for the maintenance. They pay for the maintenance of the ball fields. They pay for the maintenance of the community center, the trails, and the parks. So that is 6% of the general fund. Now, there's another bucket that we need to talk about, and that is the general fund reserve. We set aside an amount of money really sort of in case of emergencies. And the city's policy right now is to keep approximately 60% of all of the general fund expenditures in this particular bucket. That totals about $12 million for emergencies. Now, that money is not available necessarily for everyday use. So that would be for an emergency, an earthquake, a fire, a flood, or another emergency that we haven't even thought about yet. Now that seems like a lot of money to just keep sitting on the sidelines and not use when we do have some needs, clearly. However, I do think it's important to understand that we have experience with this. Several years ago, Napa and Santa Rosa had some large fires, and we know that it's very easy to spend $1 million a day when you have an emergency like that going on. And FEMA, we may eventually get reimbursed, but it will not be quick in our experience. It's 5, 7, sometimes 10 years before we see that money. So this money is for immediate use in case that there's an emergency. So not only don't we want to touch this money, as our expenses increase, we actually have to keep adding to that bucket if we want to keep it at that 60% level. Now, what is the most important thing about a budget? It is, if at all possible, it really should be balanced. We don't want to spend more than we bring in. So that's basic fiscal responsibility. And for the 25 or so years that I have been here, we have actually been able to balance our budgets. It is only in the last few years where we have seen that the budget is creeping up to coming out of balance. So in order to ensure our fiscal responsibility, we need to look forward in the future and see how we think the expenses are going to line up with the revenues coming forward. And that's where we see our 5-year model. You'll see in the budget every year, we include a 5-year model. The 5-year model is not meant to be predictive, really is meant to look at trends. So that's the most important thing. It's not the specific numbers. I don't have a crystal ball, but we definitely can see the trends. So what we have seen over what is coming, and I have been telling you probably for the last couple of years, is that we have seen, unfortunately, this trend where the expenses are increasing at a faster rate than our revenues are. So if that trend continues unchecked, you'll see that the lines cross. It goes out of balance. And if we continue to spend at that rate without additional revenue, we'll run entirely through our reserve in just about 5 years. So clearly this is unsustainable. Now, I do want to mention one thing that's important about the 5-year model and what is included is it is only current service levels. It does not take into account additional services, additional projects or programs that residents in the community may want. And you had just had a very robust conversation about a lot of the things on the work plans. And they're simply, those things are not necessarily, they're not in the ongoing base budget. So that's important to understand that this model is predicting that we're going into deficit spending just based on basic programs that we are that we're funding. So question, why? Why does this happen? Why is this happening now? What is different about our finances and our spending patterns or our revenue that's causing this imbalance? And there are 6 basic things that are interrelated. The first is pavement management. Pavement management is a large part of our budget, the capital improvement budget. You'll hear it called the CIP. The cost to maintain our 92 miles of public streets and roads has increased by $1 million a year. And this did happen very recently. This is due to various factors, but the main one is that there was a 33% increase in the cost of contracted labor and materials for road paving over the past 5 years, compared to only a 23% increase in the revenue over that same period of time. And in addition, there is a cost of ancillary infrastructure, such as curbs and ramps and pathways, sidewalks, flashing beacons, stormwater retention facilities. Those are all important. They're all necessary. They all add to the safety of the community. However, those things have redirected money away from the pure paving projects while adding infrastructure inventory that we have to maintain. So again, we'll get to that later, but maintenance is also a big portion when we add these assets to the city. And when I say assets, a pathway is an asset. We also have to have money to maintain that into the future. It doesn't just live on its own for 30 years without needing maintenance. Second, insurance. So the cost of insurance for the city, which is general liability, property, employment insurance, has gone up Actually, I just redid the numbers because we got the numbers for this current fiscal year. It's actually 180, I think it's 186% over the last 5 years, which is huge. And that increase is due to a variety of factors, including a nationwide increase in catastrophic losses due to weather events, increasing incidents of wildfire, escalating propensity of people to sue municipalities, coupled with large increases in the size of jury awards, which most often favor plaintiffs. I do want to point out that Lafayette hasn't had any disaster-related losses or large awards. However, these factors nonetheless drive the entire insurance industry towards higher premiums, and Lafayette has to pay those premiums. Unfunded mandates. So the state continues to mandate programs and policies onto cities without providing additional revenue to administer them. One good example of this is the stormwater pollution. The water board consistently increases the requirements for compliance for clean water regulations, but without giving cities a mechanism to increase that revenue. So over the last 10 years, costs related to those types of services have increased by 78%. And as a result, the current gap between the revenue we get for those programs and what it costs us is about $300,000 a year. And that will continue to grow due to inflation and probably additional mandates. Another recent example is the staff and time and resources needed to implement affordable housing requirements. Again, you heard about that in Director Wolf's work plan. In order to implement the 60 programs that were submitted to HCD, that's gonna take at least about a full-time employee over the next several years to do that. In addition, we have set aside $215,000 annually to assist with affordable housing projects. Those are just a few of the examples of the state mandates that have come along in the last few years affecting the budget. You heard me talk about maintenance. So for many years, it has been the city's practice to set aside money in what we call sinking funds to accrue money for large capital expenses that we know we will incur in the future. So for example, if we know that every 15 or so years, we might need to rehabilitate the ball field, resod it or whatnot. Instead of waiting for the 15 years to be up and then being hit with a very large bill, we put money away every 15 years so that we are accruing that money. So when the time comes, we will have the money available. Now, as that applies to things like city vehicle replacements, community center roof, playground equipment, library capital maintenance and improvement. However, as I mentioned, as the city's grown, as we've acquired assets, and as the infrastructure that we currently have ages, and inflation's taken its toll, the amounts that we're putting away really are not sufficient for future needs. Last year, we did add $110,000 annually to some of these sinking funds, and that was certainly a help, but it wasn't sufficient, and it's not keeping up with inflation. An example, a recent estimate had the route to replace the roof and the HVAC and the boiler system at the community center was about $4 million. And that's a lot of money. That is an aging piece of infrastructure. And of course, our old friend inflation, which I really don't think I need to explain to anybody what that is. Anybody who's been to the grocery store, filled up their gas tank recently knows that everything is just more expensive than it used to be. And our revenues are not increasing at the same rate as our expenses. So even if that gap starts out small, it will increase over time. So a good example, downtown core area landscape and lighting district, property owners in that district do pay a property tax specifically to take care of the landscaping in the downtown business district. However, the revenue basically is capped. We haven't had an increase in that revenue for probably 15, possibly even 20 years. But the cost to maintain that area has obviously risen. It's risen 23% over the last 10 years, but the taxes have remained flat. So the gap in that area is about $250,000 right now, which the general fund has been filling in, and that will continue to grow. Last thing is that community standards. Again, this community, 93% of the residents that we polled indicated that they were satisfied with their quality of life here in Lafayette. And Lafayette residents do have high standards. We want the downtown to be vibrant and welcoming. We want to be informed about and have a say in state legislation. We want safe streets for pedestrians, bicyclists, and drivers. We want the city's infrastructure to be well-maintained and attractive, and we want a safe, healthy, beautiful, and sustainable environment. Now, all of the programs and projects that we have done to ensure that Lafayette remains beautiful and safe and all of those things, all of those are worthwhile, but they do cost money, and that cost is going up every year. Now, there are only two ways I know how to balance a budget. The first way, obviously, is to reduce expenses. And as we've mentioned, the city's already doing this. We've already frozen 4 positions. And while that saves money in the short run, it does leave the city understaffed. You definitely heard that during the previous discussion on the work plans. We are not able to do everything that needs to be done. We're unable to accomplish some very important things that the council and the community want us to do. Now, almost every program or project that's been undertaken by the city is in response to resident requests and expectations or to state mandates. So if we do cut the budget, by definition, it will mean that we will have to cut services that are being provided. We either have to cut them by a little, or in some cases, potentially have to eliminate them altogether. And one thing I want to point out that's really important, I think, to understand about this deficit is I use the word structural, and I use that word very deliberately, meaning that it's due to ongoing costs that are outstripping revenue. And that is the cost just for basic services. All of the factors contributing to this deficit are ongoing, and the deficit is not caused by spending money on any specific project. It is not because we spent money on X or Y or Z. It is structural. It is basic services are costing more than the revenues that we are getting. It is certainly we have spent money on projects, but this is not what caused the deficit. The 5-year model is based on programs that keep ongoing city services at a specific level. Police officers, road and infrastructure maintenance, code enforcement, parks and trail maintenance, all of those things. That means that if we balance the budget by cutting expenses, it will, at this rate, which is 10%, it will necessarily affect all aspects of city services. There really, we'll talk about it later, there really isn't a way that we're going to be able to cut this deficit without affecting every single department in some way. Second way that we can balance a budget is to increase the revenue. So cities do have only limited ways to raise revenue. And it's not the same as in the private sector where there's a profit built in, or the city can just decide to raise prices and rates to make up that difference and see what the market will bear. So the city has been looking at fees, but the city has a cap. We have to have a nexus. We can't charge more than it actually costs to provide the respective services. And not everything we do, we are charging back to a customer or resident, let's say through permits or fees. So As you know, the lion's share of the city's revenue is generated through taxes. Fiscal Sustainability Committee did look at a number of different types of taxes. There are sales taxes and parcel taxes, other kinds of property taxes and utility taxes. And what they all have in common is that they require voter approval. Now, in order to address the upcoming fiscal challenges, the Sustainability Committee has recommended that the best way possibly to address this imbalance would be to consider asking Lafayette voters to authorize up to a 1%, 1 penny increase in the local sales tax. So that would cost 1 cent for every 1 cent more for every taxable dollar spent. The next time we are able to put this on a ballot would be on the November 2024 ballot. Again, this would be a simple majority. This would be a general tax, and that would require a simple majority, which would be 50+1 of the Lafayette vote. So as I mentioned previously, the present sales tax rate for purchases made in Lafayette is 8.75%. And if authorized, another 1% would increase it to 9.75%. So the question is, why did the Fiscal Sustainability Committee conclude that a sales tax was the best way to raise revenue? And there's a couple reasons for that. A sales tax increase of 1% would fill the budget gap, and it would provide additional revenue for additional projects and programs, again, some of which you heard tonight, that we would have the ability to tackle some of those things if it was up to 1%. We would be able to do things like additional wildfire preparedness, additional traffic safety, potentially more open space, more parks. The second reason is that a sales tax is paid also by non-city residents. It doesn't fall entirely on residents of Lafayette. That means that people who dine and shop in Lafayette would also be bringing money into the community, would be paying for some of the amenities that we have here. So that is a second reason. A third reason, most groceries and medicine, prescription drugs are exempt from being charged sales tax. And another reason is it's for a tax, it is relatively painless. So unlike a property tax, which you pretty much pay, twice a year in 2 lump sums, the sales tax is sort of paid over time, a little bit at a time. So that's another advantage. I did want to point out, this shows the sales taxes currently in the communities surrounding Lafayette. In both Orinda and Moraga, the sales tax is 9.75%. In Martinez, also 9.75%. And in Concord, Pleasant Hill, and Walnut Creek, it is currently 9.25%. So Lafayette currently has the lowest sales tax rate in the immediate region. 0.5 cent then would be equal to Pleasant Hill, Walnut Creek, and Concord. So you'll see tonight we're starting this process. We're in the discussion phase of determining, the city council is in the discussion phase of determining whether they want to place a measure on the November ballot and what rate they may want to place on the ballot. So this is expected to take several meetings. I'll have a robust conversation. I did want to say, for the benefit of the community, there are a number of ways to stay informed about this as the council works through the process. I encourage everyone to sign up for the weekly roundup, to subscribe to the e-notifications for city meetings. A lot of the information that I just put out there was also covered in the January and May issue of the Lafayette Vistas. Hopefully residents saw that in their mailboxes. We do mail a physical copy to every address in Lafayette. But we also have it available online, all available online at lovelafayette.org. And I can stop for questions here before I go on to the fiscal year 24-25 budget, if there are any.
First off, thank you for that. That was incredible. I think that was a very educational piece, not just for us, but for the public on record. And also thank you for those vistas. Those are also very informative. Are there questions from council on this piece? Yes.
So just to be clear, is the 1% sales tax estimated to cover the $2 million gap?
Yes.
Okay, so, but a half cent would
No,
not.
a half cent would raise about 2.7 million. So half cent would cover the gap, but
Okay.
would not cover any additional.
Extra. Okay, that's what I wanted to be really clear on. Okay,
But the
so
1% would be roughly double that. So it would not only cover the gap, but it would also be able to do additional programs and projects as you talked about.
Councilmember Drury.
Did the Financial Sustainability Committee have a recommendation? We've heard up to 1%. Is there a recommendation, or is that something that we'll be discussing, the direction we might want to go?
I don't believe they had a recommendation per se. I think they wanted to give the council the information. The recommendation was for sales tax. And then once we go through the budget and we understand where the budget is and we understand perhaps what additional programs and projects we may want, or the council may want to consider, that it would be clear as to whether or not a sales tax of 1%. I will say also that, you know, we have done some polling. And I think that we are going to also be doing shortly a tracking poll. So polling that we did prior was really not a lot of people had heard about the budget deficit. So between then and now, we have put out a lot of information. Hopefully we've informed more residents. Again, we put out both those vistas. We're going to do another poll to track and see, you know, if people are more informed, and we'll be looking to see whether or not at what level we you know, whether it would pass or not and at what level. So that will be information that you'll be getting at upcoming meetings.
And then a softball question. A number of the public comments that have come in have just implored us to simply cut the fat. And do you want to comment about what we go through to develop a budget and monitor spending? And is there fat in the budget?
I was gonna say, you kind of teed up, there is an item coming up after the budget, where in fact, the exercise that the department heads and directors did, we looked at the budget to show what would need to be cut from each department to cut that $2 million deficit. So, I think it would be up to the council to decide whether you think it's fat. I don't think it is. I think we had to cut some things. We'd have to cut very deep on some things. And that all of those things would need to be done to hit the $2 million target. Not just picking and choosing. If you wanted to spare some things, you would just have to find deeper cuts elsewhere. We are going to have an item on the it's on the agenda after the budget item. So yes, we do pride ourselves. I think that the city has done many things that are in the DNA of the city that speak to ongoing fiscal sustainability. We have only about 50 full-time equivalent employees in the city. And we contract for employees where we can, which is generally more flexible and less expensive. We do a lot of things in-house. We have, for example, in the engineering department, there is a lot of expertise in the people that we've hired who are able to do planning and design, things that we would normally, that other cities have to contract out for specific expertise. I think that we estimated that we saved something like 2.9 million dollars over the last 5 or so years. So that's money that we have saved. We always try to do that. A big thing that people aren't aware of is that the city does not participate in PERS. So that PERS is a defined benefit program. If you're in PERS, you kind of have to accept PERS rates. So a lot of cities may have unfunded pensions. They don't really have a lot of control over their pension expenses. Many years ago, I think Lafayette is maybe one of only 10 cities in California, which has a defined contribution program, which is very similar. It's a 401A, very similar to a 401K. So I believe that the city has done many things that are embedded in the DNA over the years that have managed to keep the costs low. This is just sort of a confluence or a perfect storm, if you will, of all of those 6 things that I presented. They all, and the pandemic did not help and probably kickstarted a lot of that rolling.
And just to confirm, we did not have a deficit for 23-24, because some of the public comment seemed to be, why are you running this deficit? Why haven't you done something?
Well,
But-
we're showing a deficit for this fiscal year 24-25. Yes.
Yeah, no, but for 23-24, the one we're ending this month.
Well, the one we're ending, we predicted that we will not end the year with a deficit, but I do want to be transparent and fair. There were some projects that would be rolled over to the next year. So even though we won't end with a deficit this year, we do have a couple of things. We have kept some of these positions open. That helps. And we have rolled projects forward. So I just want to be transparent about that part.
I just want to make a comment about where we're at now too. It's because we have a lean staff, but they've been doing incredible work. They, that comment you made about, with in-house work saving 2.9 million, all these ways that we're looking at being cost efficient, having not having a PERS program. Also, these have impacts on as we look forward, and combined with the 6 different things that were the confluence of terrible things that are happening at the same time. Staff has kind of helped shield us in a way from this. And then also our policies to be cost efficient with that PERS program, because that will affect as we hire. I mean, it does. We want to be competitive, and that isn't maybe the most competitive thing. So there's these things that are trade-offs that also impact us, but have helped us be efficient. And now we need to look forward to incorporating these challenges into the other ones we face. So just want to point that out. Please.
Thank you very much, Tracy. It's the second time I've heard that presentation today, and it gets better each time. I personally was shocked when we found out that we have 50 FTEs that run the whole city. I think if people knew how many staff you have to even operate a normal grocery store in this town or something like that, you would be amazed that we run the city with fewer. But have we benchmarked? I mean, I think that'll be a question that's kind of like back to Councilmember Dury's question about cutting the fat, or have we benchmarked against other similar sized cities to know how, if we how lean we are? Because I think that'd be helpful, I think, as a reference to kind of know how we actually are operating.
Well, I'm going to be honest with you. Several years ago, when we had we had a budget committee look at the city's finances, and I staffed that committee, and they asked me to do the same thing. Could you go out and benchmark and see how many FTEs are in other cities? And what I found is that it's very difficult to actually do a benchmark because cities just do everything differently. Some cities have their own libraries that they staff. Some cities have fire districts. Some cities have water districts. Some cities have police. We contract for police. So again, to be fair, those 50 FTEs do not include the 17 police officers that we contract for the county. So the short answer is it's very difficult because every city operates slightly different. So it's not an apples to apples comparison. So that is a little bit difficult to do.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. All right, with that, I'd like to,
Well, I'm just.
You
oh,
wanna
you're
go
gonna open the
into the-
public. I just wanted to, I didn't talk about the budget yet. That was sort of a preamble and I can
Okay.
go really, really quickly through the budget. That's just important if that's okay.
yes.
And then open the public hearing, right?
Okay, thank you.
I think. Is that how it goes? Okay. Okay. So again, just to go very quickly. So this year, the 24-25 budget is not balanced. It's not balanced by roughly $2.3 million. We still, however, are able to make the reserve standard. It will be at 66%. But you will see importantly that the 5-year model shows that that ongoing deficit of roughly over $2 million annually, which is about 10% of the total general fund budget. So at that rate, and we use the reserve to keep funding at that level, we'd fall below the 60% in the next fiscal year. So one of the things we are asking, you heard us talk about it before, is if we apply the $1.99 million that remains from ARPA, we will be able to continue to meet that 60% budget reserve standard for one more year, for this year and next year. But again, those are one-time monies. It does not solve the problem. It just gives the council the ability to have a longer runway. If we want to wrap up projects, do you want to have so maybe it's not as much of a shock, but it also gives the council the council has some options. But again, that's one-time money, so we are asking that we use that money and apply it to this year's budget, because the ARPA funds actually need to be committed by the end of calendar 24 and spent by the end of calendar 26. So the budget letter that is in that's in the budget document has a lot of detail about all of the funds in the general fund and what is different. But I do want to call attention to some unfunded, to some things that are unfunded, some requests and some projects and programs that are not in this budget. And I'm going to go from most to least. So as I mentioned earlier, $3.3 to $4 million is the estimated cost to replace and upgrade the community center roof, HVAC system, and the boiler. That is a lot more than we expected. And I know that the Parks, Trails, and Rec Director, Jonathan Katianagi, is here. If you have specific questions about why that is so much, I'm sure he's more than happy to, maybe not happy, able to answer that question. Next, $650,000. The patio at Buckeye Fields needs to be upgraded. It's been buckling and cracking. This project was initially scheduled to be done prior to COVID. It was less expensive prior to COVID, but we put it on hold because, again, during COVID, we knew we did cut some expenses back during that time period. Cost for that is estimated now at about $650,000. $270,000 for the Buckeye parking lot and the community parking lot. We do have in the budget this year $170,000 allocated for the community center parking lot. So again, as I mentioned, we added about $110,000 to sinking funds last year, and part of that was to actually start a sinking fund for these 3 large parking lots that we have. But that's only $25,000 a year. And I believe that those parking lots really are going, in the next few years, really going to need to be repaved. But again, the total cost right now today for the 2 that aren't budgeted are $270,000. $200,000 for raising the Campana building. That building is unoccupied. It is old. It is dilapidated. We feel that for safety reasons, it would probably be best if we just take the entire building down. It's not being maintained in any way. And so Mike Moran, Director of Director of Engineering and Public Works is here, and he can speak to that if you have specific questions. If we raise that building, it would allow for additional public parking in that area. Remote controlled mower for weed abatement and fire clearing. This is also something that Director Katayanagi brought to our attention. We do have some open space that does need to be maintained every single year. This would make it probably would be cost effective and break even roughly 3 years. But it is a very large expense. We understand that. It might be, like I said, less expensive in the long run as it compared to string trimming or goat rental. But again, it's a piece of equipment. It would need to be maintained as well. We have a request from the school district for $48,000 to fund half of the crossing guards. So just to be clear, our agreement with the school district for the last several years has been that we will pay for half the cost up to a maximum of $100,000 on our part. So we would pay a maximum of $100,000. Last year, the school district came to us and said that half of the expense would be $140,000. So they asked us to ask the city to put in an extra $40,000. We did put in an extra $40,000 with the caveat that that was one time and that we would discuss it again. And so here we are discussing it, and the cost has risen slightly. So at $48,000 this year. So to be clear, there's $100,000 in the budget right now. They are asking for an additional $48,000. Unknown. So as I believe mentioned at the last council meeting, the funds that we had previously had in sinking funds for traffic calming requests from residents, that's almost entirely depleted, and we have no funds to fill that back up again. Again, ideally, we would be putting money in annually for those traffic calming requests. I think we just revamped our process. I think the process is good. It's streamlined, it's popular. But unfortunately, there is only about $10,000 that remains, and there is no money right now. There's no money in this budget that replenishes those funds. So, in a nutshell, we have some unfunded requests. We have the budget. There's a lot of detail in the memo. And I've been talking a lot, so I'm going to take questions.
Tracy, I just want to add, thank you for that again. I also just want to add, I think we've received a letter from the chamber for an additional 20K.
No,
Oh, no.
no, that was a confusion.
It was
On the next item.
Okay.
One of the options that we put on the list was to cut the chamber contribution from 60, which is budgeted, to 40.
Oh,
so
okay.
they put it in sort of proactively a plea to not
cut. Okay.
not. So it's not an additional. They're fine. They're budgeted for the 60, which is our agreement.
Great. Thank you for that clarification. Okay. All right. Questions from council? Vice Mayor.
Thank you for the report. That was a lot of numbers. And I thought just if for the public's sake and my own sake, if you could pull up your 5-year budget, which is on page 16 of 147 on the screen so that we could have it on the YouTube for history documentation. And also maybe I could reference it as I ask my questions.
Do I have to do it again? Oh, yeah. Let's do it. Okay. That is some very small numbers, and I apologize. I didn't know you were gonna ask me to put.
That's okay. Can you zoom on that by any chance? So that is for everybody's benefit. That's the 5-year budget.
Which
And if we
part?
could zoom on the lower left-hand corner. Yeah, that could be big enough.
Is that,
Over on the left side, just scooching over to the left so that we can see this fiscal year. Great, that's perfect. So what I want to just double check on, if we draw our attention to the very first column of total use is $19,110,000, right? And that is the current fiscal year about to end on June 30th in a few days from now. That's that's the total uses we are forecasting for our expenditures. Is that correct?
did you say 1911?
19,110,026,
Correct.
right? So that column is all our current fiscal year ending June 30th. And, going down from that, you're projecting a surplus of $871,000.
Yes.
Is that correct? Okay. And so jumping down to the 88% that if that is the case, then we're going to end up with a general fund, that the 16.527 million ending fund balance, that's the reserve, right?
Yes.
That 88%, which is better than the 60% target. So we're all in good shape for this fiscal year. Is that how we should be understanding this fiscal year?
Yes, again, understanding that some projects were rolled over to the next, but yes.
Right.
this
So
fiscal
some
year.
projects have been moved into the next year, but this is what this column means. And then if we move over to the right one column, we'll see that the total uses on the 19 million go to 22.765 million. And so that's the proposed budget starting from July 1st for the next fiscal year. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that's what we're here. That's the business we're here to vote on today, is to approve this line, this column, which
Yes.
is proposing $22.765 million in uses. It would mean that we're voting on deficit spending to the tune of 2.461 million, which is the red parentheses underneath.
Correct.
Okay. And that would then reduce our fund balance, our reserve, down to 13 million, which is still 66%, better than our 60% target, but it's gone down, right?
Yes.
Okay, but you're also proposing that, and we have voted, or we may vote still, on adding the 1.999 million in ARPA funds to offset the losses so that the actual projected surplus deficit would be $493,000.
Correct.
Is that, so we're actually voting on operating at a negative $2.461 million budget, but using ARPA funds to offset it. So we would be forecasting a negative $493,000 deficit budget, but that in that case still leaves us at 16.034 million, or 72% in our reserve
For this, yes.
for this calendar year, right? But then
Fiscal.
this fiscal year, upcoming fiscal year. So what we're voting on in this meeting today is this
That
column here, right?
yes.
And just to clarify for myself and for the public, since that was a lot of numbers, what we're voting on tonight. And then what you also mentioned is that as we slide over columns to the right, the next red column, is a total use of $23 million, right? And then operating at about, again, $2.2 million of deficit. And that sort of, again, eats away at our fund balance so that we would be down to 52% if we had not yet used the ARPA funds. But if we do agree to use that funds, we would be just at 60% that target. So you had just said to us that if we use the ARPA funds, we could get along for 2 fiscal years, and still be above our target.
Yes.
Is that correct? Okay. And, if we go over again another year, it just shows we're about a $23 million of uses, but about $2 million of deficit spending. That was the gap. That's the 10% gap you've been talking about, the structural deficit that we're facing.
Yes.
Okay, but I also noticed that you highlighted in yellow something that's called additional road repair funds needed for $1 million. And it's $1 million, $1 million, $1 million that just goes across every year, because I think we heard from our staff in Public Works that, and you've mentioned today that the cost of labor has gone up 35% over the last 5 years for paving our streets. I think the cost of asphalt, I think I've heard in a previous presentation, has also gone up very, very substantially. And so what we're hearing in summary is that it's costing $1 million more a year to pave our streets because of some of these cost reasons. Is that?
Yes, that's the cost to keep the pavement condition index, PCI, at the level that it is now, which is, I believe, very, very good. I think it's
Good. Like, we like good roads, and this would be to keep good roads. We have to find another $1 million each year in the future because of the increased cost of asphalt and labor. So actually, if we looked at the red, the negative $2 million, but we actually see the reason of $1 million, it's almost a half of it is coming from the increased cost of maintaining our roads if we want to keep them at the current level,
That's
right?
correct.
Right. So it's good the way you've presented this here, because it's fairly clear in my mind that really the deficit in the future is driven by, if we want to, the question for me and all of us is, do we want to keep our roads at the current level? Because really that's the big ticket item driving our, the budget gap, or are we going to try to cut that or other things in order to close the gap? But anyways, thank you for sharing this particular slide here, because then I think it does a very good job in summarizing all the points, many of the points you mentioned, but at the end of the day, for what we're trying to do here to vote on tonight's item.
Vice Mayor Kwok, thank you very much for that, because that also helps with the explanatory visual as well for the public viewing and here. I also want to point out, though, that $1 million is necessary because it will cost more if we don't maintain our roads, and we need to get them back into a safe shape. It'll cost us a lot more. So in a way, this is our insurance to keep at least a more predictable expense on this pavement. I think that was it, but thank you very much.
Thank you, Tracy.
Okay.
A couple questions. One is, can I just understand kind of our hiring staffing plan right now? So we talked about 4 positions are frozen, and I know we're hiring for at least 1 planning. Can you, which 4 positions are frozen right now? Can you articulate those? I mean, I couldn't actually find it in the report.
Well, I'll tell you. The 4 positions that are frozen are the HR analyst, a management analyst, senior engineer, and 1 senior planner.
And those but when you say frozen now, because we're talking about the next fiscal year, we just won't open those up until next year at the
I will,
earliest? I
just
mean,
to be clear,
yeah.
the positions are budgeted in this budget. And the reason I did that is I do want to show, a full accounting of what we think we need and how much it would cost. However, we understand that we're not hiring for those positions, 1, because we want to be fiscally responsible and freeze them. Number 2, if we are not going to have the money to pay for those positions, we don't want to hire someone, because it takes a lot to hire, and only to have to turn around in 6 to 12 months and tell those positions, I'm sorry, we're now cutting.
Right.
So that's the other reason we're keeping them open.
And then which positions then are we still actively hiring for then?
So the only position I'm actively hiring right now for is a senior planner. But I will tell you, and this kind of goes to the next item that Narup is going to talk about the potential cuts.
Right.
In the 10% plan, as we call it, we would need to eliminate 2 positions in planning. So we could be in that position where we hire a senior planner and may not have the money to maintain that position.
Which of course, actually, I guess brings in additional challenges to hiring the person in the first place, because they could look.
I will tell you, though, hiring that position has been a challenge for a number of reasons as well.
Even before this. And then a question a little on the smaller side, but I noticed on the current things are unfunded, even unfunded and under the plan we're talking about here with the ARPA, is the traffic calming budget is depleted. we currently still have, I was just, you know, and we've done some great work with that thing. Like we have transition action request form is still on our website, of course, but really if right now, if citizens request additional calming items, those should be put in some sort of pending state at this point, right? Because we really are saying, even under the best of circumstances right now, we're not going to be doing anything. You know,
don't,
because I seem to recall we had a last couple sessions, you know, was the last meeting or meeting before, I think we've even allocated the $10,000 remaining. I think we kind of have a spot for.
yeah, I believe, again, Director Moran can speak more. There are traffic calming things you can do with paint and striping that are not particularly expensive. So those kinds of things we probably still could accommodate, but infrastructure related traffic calming, we don't currently have a budget.
That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Yeah, following up on Councilmember McCormick's question about the 4 frozen positions, people may be asking, why, well, how did those positions get there? And I think it would be useful if you would explain the process that we went through with the consultant and the council discussions that we needed to have these positions and why we needed to have them. And, you know, well, just so people know, these aren't 4 positions that came out of nowhere that are just, you know, we're not going to fill and it's not a problem.
Yeah, I was just conferring with the city manager about the timing. So right pre-COVID, probably in 2019, we hired a consultant to do a staffing analysis of the entire city, again, to ensure that we were staffed at a level to actually accomplish and do all the work that the city council wanted and expected. And also, again, there are a lot of unfunded mandates and things like that, that also affect things like admin that are, you know, probably not as visible to the public, but still need to be done. So we hired a consultant who talked to all of the directors and the department heads and looked at our work plans and expectations. And it was through that process that consultant recommended that we were understaffed based on what the staff was being asked to do. And they recommended the addition of exactly these 4 positions, as a matter of fact. And the council put those positions into the budget. And then COVID happened. So they did get put on hold. A lot of things got put on hold during COVID. And now coming out of COVID and for all the myriad reasons I just took you through, we don't really have the funds right now, but that's how it happened. So we did a very lengthy process. We could go back and find the minutes, and the council did talk about, again, their expectations and sort of the talent, the manpower literally that we had on deck to do, accomplish what the council wanted.
Thank you. And I've got another follow-up to Councilmember McCormick's question. This one on the funding for traffic calming requests. I think that's been a very successful program. My question is, do we have an estimate as to what we might need for the next year if we were to allocate some funds?
Councilmember Unduri, this year we spent roughly, I'm going to say $100,000, mostly on speed humps. And to Tracy's point, we can do some things that we can just absorb with paint or, you know, plastic delineators and things like that that may cost, you know, several $1,000s, not $100,000. But because we did a new traffic calming program, we had a backlog of streets that we addressed to spend that $100,000. I would say you would roughly want half of that at least going forward, $50,000, to just have some capacity if we needed to add speed humps or other vertical elements someplace where you're doing concrete or asphalt.
Then I've got a question for
Actually, I'm sorry. Can I do a quick follow-up with Mike before
sure,
you?
yeah, go.
So Mike, I'm sorry. So, but it's your, because I guess this work plan is obviously based on your prioritization. Are you saying right now, given the funds you have in your department, you would you agree with the prioritization of not having, like the $50,000 doesn't seem like that much potentially for the bang for your buck, but in your opinion, is it not as important as the other things you have funded?
So the capital projects that are out there, I think you need to complete.
Okay.
I think that traffic calming from an engineering standpoint is not required. You have a vehicle code that tells everybody to drive the speed limit. It's just that we're forcing them to drive closer to the speed limit by adding things like, speed humps. So engineering wise, and even I'm going to go so far as to say liability wise, the street should be safe, but that is only if everybody follows the rules. So we don't always, so, and that probably goes for most of us. So sometimes we need some encouragement to follow the rules. It's just something that isn't needed per se. I mean, we went a good part of 20 years without adding any speed humps.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yep, sure. Oops, a question for Director Katayanagi, and that's on the first item here, the cost to replace and upgrade the community center roof and HVAC. And do you have any sense as to how much worse it gets each year we wait to do something, and worse in terms of how much more it would cost to repair and replace?
Mike, you're not Mike.
Thank you. Let's see, good evening, council. So I don't have the exact cost, and the engineering director may be able to help speak to that. I will say that every year that we don't do it, what we are experiencing right now is inflation and rising construction costs. So we have that as a factor every year that we wait. The unknown damage is the other factor. I can say just anecdotally from my own house. Small leak in my roof. Went up, patched it, waited a couple of years. It had a very similar problem that we had in the community center, where there was an improper installation, which is what we have going on right now. When we took that roof up, so this is now 2 years after the patch, noticed another drip coming through. When I took that roof off, after I stepped on the roof and felt a little crunch, the amount of damage underneath that was just unseen from the top is the unknown, and that cost and what's building every year that we don't go up and repair that roof. We've factored some of that into the cost estimate and what the project would take, but it is a rising cost every year that we do it, and we are going up every year. I invite the council and any members of the public to come by the community center. There are stains on the roof, on the ceiling, in just about every classroom at the community center at this point. There's a lot of unknown buried underneath those asphalt shingles. And that is what is building over time when we look at the potential cost for that facility. And it's just maintaining what we have, and that's sort of what we have going on right now. The cost that you're looking at for that project is for the AC units and the roof repair itself, but then also there has to be sort of a mini remodel that happens as well. So where those ceiling tiles, and we have that problem, once you get into the HVAC, you have to replace some of that. There's some lighting to get to code when we break into that. So some of the costs that are building over time, and more sort of unfunded mandates and what we have to do to meet building code each year and what comes into place is another rising cost that's unknown when we go with that project. The project as it stands right now is taking into account some of the city's goals and moving away from natural gas. We're looking at a variable flow system that would also utilize primarily electricity, move away from the need for that natural gas. And it's also sort of cost effective in the way that the system operates at the most efficient standards, and the way that it would share the air within the rooms and pull outside air to help us as well. So I think the other thing to keep in mind is every year that we wait, I could have a system go at the community center right now, and I have to replace that system. And then we have brand new AC on one of the rooms, and that's an additional cost if we go in and do this sort of larger system to move away from the boiler. Because when we started this process, the boiler wasn't even included in it either. The boiler was fine, but aging boiler, aging facility. So we found out, we have to look at the heat again, because it turns out we either have to replace it or do a rebuild on that. So then we looked at this variable flow system. So it is an aging building. And everything that we touch and as we move down adds that extra cost over time. And if we do the boiler and if we just replace the boiler every time, the last time we did that, all the pipes associated with the system, you end up having to repair pipes as it goes along. 26 years with the facility now, seen a lot of that. And each year that we wait, there's just more and more costs that accumulates with this type of replacement.
Okay, well, thank you, I think. Wow.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Okay. It is 9:25, and before we start the public hearing, we will take a break. So take a break and reconvene at 9:30. council members. Calling all council members. Okay, welcome back. We're reconvening. And we were in the midst of item 13A public hearing, and council has brought it back for questions, and now we will open the public hearing for public comment.
Okay, for the general public who's watching or listening to our meeting, the city council is now taking public comments on the budget, item 13A1. And Mayor Dawson and council members, I have no speaker slips for persons in our community hall. And I have one hand raised in our virtual audience, and that would be Rob Lavoy. Anyone else wants to make a comment on this item, please raise your hand now. You're on, Rob.
Hello,
Hello.
good evening. Thank you for the good summary, and I'm glad we got the Councilman Kwok had you review the summary there so we can try and boil it down, because there are a ton of numbers here, even for a guy like me that deals with numbers all day. Just a thought on you know, the idea that people want a lot more services for the city. We have LPI for the schools, and maybe we need to have something like that for the city, where people can you know, see what's on the shopping list of things that might be nice to have, and then they can let their dollars vote for it. So that might be a way to deal with some of the nice to have things that we can't put in the budget. I personally oppose the 1% tax. I might consider a 0.5% if that was the only thing we could do. But I think there's some other things that we could take a look at. I would really like to see the staff growth over the last 20 to 30 years. The population's been virtually flat. And I know it may be hard to benchmark ourselves to other cities, but it is possible. You know, we know that some cities outsource the police, some don't. So you could have a spreadsheet with, you know, some columns for things like that, where we could compare their benchmark number or their in-house number with our outsource number. Same with the fire department. So I think those would be helpful and relevant. The other thing is, you know, in the old days, it used to be that public employees were paid less than, you know, private industry. But I don't think that's the case anymore. And from what I see in my small clients, even some with more employees than the city, I see the president making much less than what the directors of our city make. So I do think that there might be some benchmarking to non-public entities as well. And on the extra staff person for all the AFFH and RENA allocations, honestly, I think we shouldn't spend money on that, because the way it's looking, we probably won't be complying with a lot of the other provisions with the growth that they're expecting. And they're going to probably continue to take away whatever tiny little bit of local control we have there. So to spend money on the stupid paperwork, I think would be a waste of money. Anyway, I'm out of time, so maybe I'll send in some more comments later. But thank you for considering these things. Oh, and a budget freeze would be one way to help start the process.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mayor Dawson, there are no additional speakers at this time.
Okay, thank you. So I will bring this back to council and close the public hearing. Oh, City Manager Srivatsa.
Just wanted to suggest that we open the second item as well before you act on, you give us direction on the budget, since it includes potential reductions.
Yes, thank you. That might be a good way so we can consider this as well as the other information presented in the staff reports at the same time. Okay, do you want to, we'll move on to, well, actually, before I do that, we'll open that now to, okay. Is that Tracy?
I'm going to take that
You're going
one,
to do
Mayor.
that, okay.
So Tracy has presented the budget, and as she said, that we also looked at potential reductions in programs and services. And if to highlight it, we asked department heads to look at their department budgets and cut them by 10% across the board. And these targeted budget cuts were calculated based on the 24-25 proposed budget, and they include the transfers and additions to the sinking funds, as well as any potential cuts that we could make on staff. And we looked at programs and services that would provide the city with ongoing savings. They were not one-time programs that would only impact one fiscal year. They were ongoing savings. And as far as staff is concerned, as Tracy had mentioned, we have about 51 full-time employees. We are recommending freezing 4 positions, as previously mentioned: senior planner, senior engineer, administrative analyst, and human resources analyst. But the budget cuts that the departments are presenting include the elimination of 2 additional positions, which will total 6 positions, 6 or 17% of the general fund FTEs. These cuts in programs and services affect all departments, and the staff report lists the potential reductions in each, including the reduction in employees. The cuts are total about $2.7 million, and some of the programs that will be reduced or impacted include the public art program, code enforcement, legislative advocacy, traffic calming, long-range planning, and the banner program. So each department is actually, they really looked at ways they can cut 10% with the intent of reducing the impact as much as possible. But unfortunately, when you do cut into the muscle, you are going to feel the pain of a reduction in services and programs. So the staff report outlines 10% cuts in police as an example, which includes a half-time vacation relief officer. It includes the 3rd sergeant, and it also includes a motor officer. In planning, 2 positions or 2 planning positions will be cut. In administration, in addition to the 2 analysts, if the public art program is cut, the part-time public art liaison position will also be eliminated. In engineering, in addition to the senior planner, the code enforcement program will be reduced by 50% so that we would have a half-time code enforcement officer. So this gives you an idea of the types of cuts we have, that 10% would require. The council has a couple of options, but based on the fact that, as Tracy indicated, recommending the transfer of the $1.99 million in ARPA funds, which are one-time funds, which would carry us through fiscal year 25-26. We recommend that the City Council delay the immediate cuts and reconsider in December, if necessary, or in June of 2025, with the recommendation, of course, that the 4 positions that we have mentioned be frozen and that no new programs be added to the current work plan. Be happy to answer questions.
Thank you very much. I just want to say, I know this is a hard but necessary exercise to go to. We have a lot of respect for those efforts, and obviously it's we're talking about people and not just positions. So thank you for what you've done in reviewing this and putting this out there for us to consider. Are there any questions? Please.
Thank you, Nirup. What, I mean, some of the cuts make sense, if we're gonna lose some police here at the impact. A couple of the surprises when I was reading through it, were the elimination of the loss of the Design Review Commission and ETF. I wonder if you kind of explain that, because I think people might look at that and say, well, those are volunteers that serve on those boards. Why are those impacted?
Absolutely. Those were not easy choices, but it takes staff time to prepare for a commission meeting, to offer staff support, to do the notices of public hearing, prepare the staff report, attend meetings, and so on. And the Stanford report, which was prepared a few years ago, had made the recommendation for the council to consider merging the design review and planning commissions. So that was one. The environmental task force is currently being staffed by an assistant planner, and most of the current planning applications, the hillside development permits, the variances, the land use permits are processed at that level. It's taking away from processing current development applications. So it's not with any sense of joy that we were proposing it, but just the fact that committees and commissions do take up staff time that could be allocated to meeting statutory deadlines.
Thank you.
Yep. Following up on that, there's another item that cuts staff, and that's the public art liaison, who I believe receives 22,000 for what she does. And if we didn't have her, we would not be able to administer the current public art program in the sense, and I'm talking about the original public art program where developers spend 1% on art. Is there a thought about how we would do that, carry that out if we didn't have a staff person doing it?
Yeah. First, I want to mention that we get a lot from the part-time public art liaison, goes well above the 22,000 allocated in the budget. One very drastic way to do that, to save, would be to eliminate the public art requirement in the zoning code and not have that. That would then not, there wouldn't be a need to have a staff member take public art proposals through of a development application to the Public Art Committee. That is not what we recommend, but if we have to cut positions, it does have an impact on something like the public art inventory and the wealth of public art that we've built up over the years.
Yep. Okay. I have a question on
Yes,
another.
please.
Okay. I'd like to ask the Public Works Director on Exhibit C. We've heard about the increased cost of roads, of maintaining the roads to keep our existing PCI, that it goes up $1 million. And I read this, I mean, what you're saying here is that we'll cover 800,000, but not 200,000. Well, you've got extra CIP to maintain PCI 200,000. That's being cut. That's proposed for a cut. Did that come out of the million? Where do?
It did come,
Yes.
yes, it came out of the million.
Okay.
The million was allocated in the budget, and that 10% was 200,000 of that would be cut.
Okay. Is there a way you can describe what impact that would have over time on our roads?
It's not linear. We would almost maintain the same with just say 200,000. In fact, we could have a good year and get a good bid, a competitive bidding process, and we wouldn't even need the 200,000 and you'd have no difference. But if it continues and the costs increase faster than the revenue increases, we would slowly get further away. But at some point, you're going to start seeing larger drops. So we're at a 74 now. We were at a 76 about 4 years ago. We really tried to maintain 76, but we've actually slightly slipped. I think, you might see a 73, a 72, a 71, but then it might go to 66 all of a sudden one year because they'll do a better analysis of the roads and go out and say, oh, wow, you've actually got more backlog that you didn't address. And we're seeing, worse conditions on your roads. So that's what's going to happen. And then over 10 or 20 years, you're going to get much worse. And then we're going to be back to where we were in the mid 90s when we realized we really need to fix our roads because they hadn't been maintained for 40 years.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor Kwok?
Sure. I'd like to see if Chief Aldrich from our police department could come and speak about the reductions that the police department would have to make in order, if it were to be a 10% reduction. And I would also, so on one hand, just to walk through the reductions proposed and what would the impact be if we could understand what we're not getting if we had to roll back. And the second question related to the public, there was a question about benchmarking the number of staff we have against other cities, because we just had a conversation in the hallway where we had a conversation about how many officers you have on your team versus elsewhere in the East Bay, and maybe your comments there could be helpful in answering the public's question.
Okay, so first off, I'll address the staffing and the reduction thereof. Currently in our PD budget, I don't have an exact number, but about 85% goes to personnel costs, which makes sense in the fact that we're providing a service, public safety service. So when we look at a reduction, for me to choose officers is not my first choice, but to find a 10% reduction in my overall budget out of that, what's left of the 15, we're talking about fuel costs, vehicle maintenance costs, power, water, things like that. And so to meet a 10% reduction out of the PD budget, we're talking $650,000 to $700,000. And to really meaningfully get there, I had to look at staff. And so the first position we've already addressed with the vacation relief, it's fully funded, but I would need to keep some of those monies for overtime costs. The vacation relief spot basically fills in when people are on vacation or on sick, maternity, paternity leave, things of that nature. The third sergeant position was a position we reclassified a couple of years ago. It used to be the youth services officer. We reclassified it to provide better supervision and to provide essentially a third officer or a third staff member during some of those critical times when we go down at 2. We do operate on a 2-beat system, so at any given time you have 2 officers in town. And then from there, looking at if you reduce the vacation relief, that leaves you with 8 patrol folks in the patrol positions. You need 2 officers on time on duty at all times. So I need to retain those 8 folks in the patrol section. From there, you've already taken out the third sergeant. I feel strongly we need to at least retain 2 sergeants. This is everything from good supervision to reviewing reports to responding to calls that you need a supervisor at. Things such as deaths, other severe crimes that get reported. It's just good business to have supervision in a high liability profession. So from there, I have basically 4 auxiliary positions, the 2 investigative and the 2 traffic positions that act as a force multiplier Monday through Friday during business hours when they're working and when our schools are open and our businesses are open. And so during that Monday through Friday time, if we had a call of an active threat or in progress crime with a lot of people potentially in risk in harm's way, we have the ability to deploy the detectives, the patrol officer, the traffic officers, myself, the sergeants out to those calls and go from 2 to say 4 to 5 to 6 cops, which you might actually need depending on the situation. So to get to a third staffing position, I really had to look at those 4 auxiliary positions. Investigations with the crimes that come in and an expectation of the community that when a crime does happen, we reach a good resolution and hold people accountable. I felt strongly that with the number of cases coming in, to touch the investigations unit is not a good decision at this time. And so that's why I came up with came to the conclusion that reducing one of the traffic positions would be my third, sort of in a list of priorities, the third person down the rung. As far as effects in what we do, we would still have our patrol division, so we're still going to be answering calls for service, trying to have a good response time, keep those response times low. So ideally, people aren't going to see a difference in that. You know, when we go down to one officer, when another one goes to the jail, not having a sergeant there to backfill, you know, we'll make it work. We have made it work before. And so we'll rely on our partner agencies to cover us when needed, when you need a 2-officer response. Again, we have done that. And you know, if we need to go back to that, we will. The traffic component, I think, speaks for itself. And so overall, having the third supervisor has really helped me with programs in the community. It's allowed my sort of, let's say, the second sergeant, the patrol sergeant, to be out and about on the streets more, not dealing with as much administrative paperwork that comes in. So just to clarify, I have 2 primary sergeants that we had prior to the third. One's your investigations patrol sergeant on the front half of the week. And the second one is your patrol/admin sergeant, dealing with everything from payroll to trainings to all the other administrative things that come up at the police department. So you would see a diminished level of service out there. Speaking to your question about staffing, currently Lafayette and Danville, in the most recent survey, it's done yearly of Contra Costa County law enforcement agencies, we are at the lowest level of staffing in Contra Costa County. Many times that you'll see out there, they'll say, how many officers do you have on duty for every 10,000 residents? So now when we have around 25,000, those are some of the factors that go into it. And so we're at about 0.69 officers on duty. The highest in our county is at 1.95. If you were to take all the law enforcement agencies, including the sheriff's office, and do an average, it's about 1.11. And so to give you an example, the sheriff's office is about 0.80. So we are at the lowest end. Again, with Danville, Moraga and Orinda are not that far ahead of us. In full transparency, we're at 0.69. I believe they're about 0.72. So I'm not I want to paint a fair picture, but we are on the bottom end of that. And these cuts would put us lower. You know, we have to consider services. I chose not to reduce professional staff. As you recall from my staff report last council meeting, I feel strongly they're a big force multiplier for us. If we had to go deeper past the 3 officers, I would then look at professional staff. So that would be my recommendation at this time.
Thank you. Just to clarify what I heard, we're at a 0.69 per 10,000 residents. If we've got about 25,000 residents, that means we have like 2 beat officers at any given time. Well, during the daytime, you have 2 officers on patrol.
2 24 hours a day.
And then at nighttime, you have 2, right?
Right.
But then you were just saying that in the daytime, you have the benefit of sort of ramping up because you got 2 detectives and you've got 2 other traffic enforcement officers, right? And then you got a sergeant. So you could ramp that 2 up to 6 or 7 plus yourself, 8 people in the day during normal working hours.
That's typically our schedule, Monday through Friday. On Saturdays and Sundays, it does go down to 2. With a third sergeant, that third sergeant gets added on the weekends. So that puts us up to 3 during, obviously not the full 24 hours in a day, but for about 12 hours of the day, we go from 2 to 3. But you are correct.
Yeah, I guess for myself, I never really knew how many police we had in our city until I started in this role, and it is amazing that we operate with such a lean and so few members, but we have a very safe community. Maybe that's sort of also a reason we're safe and we don't need so many, but we are blessed by having a very, very lean operation at the moment. So cutting headcount is actually pretty meaningful.
It really is. But the reality is if we're looking at a 10% reduction, the overall city's budget, in all fairness, we saw the graph, I take the largest chunk, or the PD does take the largest chunk, and for other departments to sustain the 10 that would come out of the PD and not cut the PD at all, in my opinion, based on my 6 years of the city, would just not be reasonable to the other departments and what we expect for them to do. And so it is a hard choice, but the reality is it's the public's money. It's not my money. And so that would be my recommendation at this time.
Thank you for sharing that information.
Thanks for the question. Any other questions? Okay, then at this time, we'll open up the public hearing for public comments on budget reduction options and impacts.
So the city council is now taking public comments on item 13A2, budget reductions. Mayor Dawson, I have no speaker slips for persons in the community hall, and I have one hand raised in our virtual audience. Rob Lavoie, you are ready to speak.
Hello again. Yeah, I'm going to take the non-popular opinion probably and suggest that we do cuts of 5 or 10%, and that'll force us to really evaluate what are essential things. And then as far as the ARPA funds, if that could be used for the remaining budget items, and then that creates a surplus, I would put that toward the road fund to help with the roads, unless there's some other project that you guys think is a higher priority. But anyway, that's my thoughts on that. And thank you for the benchmark info on the police department. That's helpful.
Thank you.
Mayor Dawson, there are no additional hands raised at this time.
Okay. Then I'll close the public hearing and bring this back to council for discussion. And right now, the staff is recommending that staff recommends this option with the stipulations of basically delaying these immediate cuts so we have some time, well, to think about our other options in terms of increasing sales revenue. So would anybody like to start the discussion? Oh, we did go through questions, but yeah, we have more questions. Yeah, no questions. I just think if there's further discussion. Okay.
Further questions or discussion?
Either. Yeah. Yes, comments, discussion, questions.
I'll make some comments as a member of the Fiscal Sustainability Subcommittee, along with Mayor Dawson. The two of us have met with staff frequently on this topic over the last many months. And last year I was with Councilmember Nduri, Mayor Nduri, on this as well. And so just sort of to crystallize where we're at, the item 13A is asking, item 13A1 is asking, staff's recommendation is that we approve that budget that I pointed out that shows a negative $2 million deficit starting July 1st, and that we apply the $2 million ARPA money in, because we have to designate that before the end of the year and we have to spend it before December 2026, right? So we do have to do something with that $2 million pretty soon. And so the staff recommendation is to use that to offset the $2.7 million, $2.5 million deficit, so that we would be starting the fiscal year knowing that we're probably heading in a negative $500,000 situation, which is not in the city's DNA. We always try to run on, 50 years of a balanced budget. That's really a pride of our staff and councils that have been before us. And we understand that the world is a different place today. Costs are a lot higher, so we have this problem to address right now. But what's being asked of us is to approve a negative budget, use the $2 million to offset that. For us, we've heard earlier to consider a revenue raising measure in the form of a sales tax of up to 1%. It hasn't been decided what. And if that were to go out to the public, then in November, and if it were to be successful, then either the long-term structural deficit could be addressed or not. And if it was not successful, then you would get to December and the city council would need to cut at that time, right? But by the time we got to December, we would know whether there was new revenue or not. And then we would probably not try to allow the $500,000 loss for the second half of our fiscal year, right? But that being said, this item number 13A2 outlines the budget reduction options and impacts for that time that we were to reach December. We could decide to do that right now if we wanted to, and already start taking and reducing our budget spend if we wanted to. That's not the staff's recommendation. But the subcommittee asked the staff, the wider staff, to present a negative 10% at this meeting today, because we wanted the council to understand as a benchmark what types of things, what would the cost be of a 10% reduction? We want the public to know that, and we would like the public's feedback from hearing it today, that would we prefer a reduction of services to the tune or the example that staff has given? And 10% reduction is, it's just an easy way to have staff go look at what would they do if 10%, but it doesn't mean that we have to cut evenly at 10%. That may not be the right thing to do for our city, but it is just a lens to look at the things that could come off the table. And the hard decisions we'd have by December to say, well, which actual things are we going to take off the table at that time to save money from the budget? So again, the purpose of 13A2 was to sort of start this conversation at the city council level, but also with our community. And we hereby ask the community to give us feedback on these. This is very complicated, many, many details, but we really need the feedback, and we need it very quickly in the weeks ahead, because by the end of July and in 6 more weeks, we would try to take the temperature of the community as to what level of whether and what level of sales tax revenue raise would be appropriate. What does the community want? We don't know. You tell us, right? The community should tell us. Do you want the cuts that are outlined here? Do you want a hybrid of cuts and revenue raising? Do you want the revenue raising and no cuts? We're here, we're all ears, but we really use this, starting here at June 10th to ask the public's feedback over the next 4 weeks, which is not a whole lot of time. And let me just close by looping back to the sales tax question, which Tracy started talking about. If it was a 1 cent measure, I believe she said it was about 2.5 million of incremental revenue. For half a percent was 2.5, and a 1% maybe double that, say 5 million. So a half-cent increase in sales tax would close the gap, and another half-cent would give us funds to do additional things with. And, when I think about a $2.5 million deficit for a city of 10,000 dwelling units, that really equates to about $250 per household per year is what the gap is. And that's what the ask is. Are we willing to put in $250 to keep everything as is? Are we willing to double that to do more, or do we want to start cutting? Those are all the questions that we have to decide with the public's support. And I guess when I said if you distributed 2.5 across 10,000 households, that would be in the form of a property tax, which is not being suggested. By doing it through a sales tax, you are getting participation from nearby communities who shop in our district, right? And who use our services, our streets that we have to pave, right? And our other services. So you get a bit more participation. So potentially our residents, get others to chip in for the revenue. So I think that's just the way I would frame the revenue side of things. Oh, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Kwok. And it is important because I think when we think about cuts, it's also, we've made so many investments already. These are already out there in our roads, in the different programs we've had, safety enforcement. So in looking at these cuts, it unfortunately does a disservice to those investments that we have made and to those efforts we have made. And, we're looking to be, it's always constantly an improvement thing. That's really where we should be. We're making our city better. That's why we're here. We just want to do the best we can. So I'm hoping that as a community, when you're looking at this information, you look at it that way, that we need the revenue to not just do the status quo, but to be the better city that we are wanting to be. And as Councilmember Andori pointed out, we need to plan for that. It's going to take an investment, and we live here. We love Lafayette, so it does take an investment. And as we can see and we've heard, the staff is using our money well. We have good programs. We're very efficient, and we hope to continue that good work. So with that in mind, are there any other comments? Yes.
Yeah. First, I want to thank the staff for all the work that's gone into this. I know it was hard to put all of this together. Thank you. And also thank our finance subcommittee and fiscal sustainability subcommittee for all the work on this. The way I see it, staff is asking us and your committee is asking us to make 4 decisions tonight, to look at 4 things. And if I could suggest an order, the first is to address the options that are on page 5 of the 13A2 memo. That is how we want to proceed. Do we want to make immediate cuts, or do we want to wait? So that's the first thing I think we need to discuss and decide. Second thing is a discussion of potential tax. Where are we now in terms of what we see for the tax? I think we need to all get our thoughts out there on that. And then the third thing is deciding, I think staff wants us to decide on the ARPA funds. Do we agree with that? So that's a decision. And then fourth, we need to discuss, well, that brings us to the budget, and we need to discuss each of those unfunded requests so that we, we could conceivably say we're just not going to add any of them, or we can look at each one and have a discussion. But that's what I see that maybe we should do.
Thank you. I think that is a good suggestion. So we will start with the recommendations that staff has with 13A2 is to freeze the hiring on the 4 full-time positions as previously listed, and no new tasks or projects to be added to the current workload. Basically recommending that we don't delay immediate cuts now and look at this later. So.
Right. Do we agree that's number 1?
Yeah, that's number 1.
Well, yeah, number 1, I was looking higher on the page.
Right.
We need to
Higher on
talk
the
about
page.
whether we want to make the cuts. You're right. We need to come down to these recommendations, but we need to discuss, because I think some of the public input we're getting is, why don't you cut? And so we need to discuss whether we're going to cut immediately in this budget or whether we're going to delay while we consider the ballot measure.
Which I guess all I would say is that is kind of tied to number 4 with the ARPA funds. Those are kind of one and the same conversation, right? We can't say don't cut, aren't they?
No.
Because I guess we just run a deficit. You're right. We can just run.
Not necessarily. You could cut and apply
That's
to
true.
ARPA.
So just, I'd like to talk about the cuts, and I appreciate it. I think the way it was articulated was quite interesting to kind of see what does 10% do. And I'm going to acknowledge some of the emails and feedback we've gotten so far. which expresses frustration at, you know, especially the state mandates and how much we have to spend. And why don't we just ignore those or just, and I think, you know, I think we just have to be prudent. We can't, right? We would love to ignore the state mandates we don't like, but that's not our responsibility, right? We have to do the responsible thing and unfortunately do those mandates. And if you look at the cuts that are being kind of talked about, this 10%, it really is what makes Lafayette special, right? It's the banner program, it's the arts program, it's keeping our streets at good levels, keeping the police at a level that they can respond quickly or respond to 2 incidents at once, to do all the things. I think when we hear all the reasons for the deficit, and Trace talks about community standards, it's true. Somebody may buy a $2 million house here, and yeah, we don't get that much money, but boy, they do expect a city that they're moving to is delightful and worthy of the house they're living in. And it's that 10%, that tip of the iceberg, the frosting on the cake, whatever, that gives the specialness of this, you know, the medians are well tended and downtowns going in there. I think we lose so much by going down to just the bare minimum state mandated things we got to do, and we can't do anything that delights our citizens. So, I mean, my thing is that we have hard won battles we've won with street conditions and the state of our downtown and our police, and it would be just such a shame to lose those. Now we would lose a lot with you know, what makes it special.
I 100% agree. I do not want to have to be looking at this list. I am really, really motivated to get something passed to address this in November. And it just, these kinds of things people will feel, but I'm so thankful it's here that we can point to it. You know, we can point to this as this is what we're facing. And like you said, they're going to notice. People are going to notice these things. And so I so appreciate this awful, you know, exercise in what are we going to have to do if we don't make all this happen? So yeah, I do not want to go to these cuts right now. Absolutely way too early. But I agree, the freeze the hiring of the 4 FTEs is fine, and be really good and yell at us and don't let us add any more tasks to your workload. Yeah, this was all laid out very comprehensively and understandably, and it gives us so much information to pass on to people at this point. So that's how I would pursue.
Yeah, and I agree completely with Councilmember Candell. And just to add the extra point, I don't think we should cut until we've heard from the people. And, you know, the putting something on the ballot to say, we can maintain your services, you tell us whether you want it or not. And that gives everybody a chance to vote. I don't see us preemptively cutting services that we've only added because we thought that the people wanted them, without giving them a chance to say, hey, we'll support them. So I think, you know, this is an easy decision to, you know, agree to the staff recommendations on 13A2.
Okay, I just want to add to this that this is exactly the exercise that Vice Mayor Kwok and I were hoping we'd go through, and in terms of letting people know what does this look like, and I appreciate the responses, because you know that this is kind of where we were hoping this would go. So I think if we're looking at options, we can, I guess the recommendation is to do this. Would someone like to make a motion for this?
We would like a motion for A2.
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Shall I go? Okay. I move that we delay cuts while we're considering a ballot measure, but that we freeze hiring for the 4 full-time equivalent positions in the report. And then the next one, I don't think I don't want to cover in a motion, because we're going to discuss that when we come to the budget.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, all in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Aye.
And I am an aye. Thank you. And now we will move
Well, the second was the tax.
Councilmember Undry, the discussion on a potential ballot measure and tax will be coming back to the council at a future meeting.
No, I understand that. I had thought in a discussion with Tracy this afternoon that you wanted to get more feedback on that or discussion of the council, but
I think that what we wanted was just for you to affirmatively tell us that you wanted it to come back for a more robust discussion. Also, we'll have additional information once we get tracking poll information, so you'll have more information. But tonight, what you can talk about again is the budget itself. So you've done 13A, 2.
Okay.
And we need to do, is it 1? 13A1. Yeah, you haven't, yeah, we needed, okay, I know this is a lot. We need something about the ARPA funds. We
Right.
need a motion about that. And then you can either continue the discussion on the budget, or you can certainly you can make
Okay.
decisions and adopt
so
that this evening.
while we're on the second item, the tax, can you just clarify, nothing's going to happen? You don't need any guidance from us to do what you're going to do between now and, you think this will come back in the next meeting in June or in July?
I think June, we'll bring it back to the next meeting in
Okay.
June. I think we may have preliminary results from the survey.
Hmm.
But definitely also in July, there's 2 meetings in August. I'm sorry, July, that we will be talking about the potential tax measure in a lot of detail.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Then let's bring this back to item 13A1. We can look at this in terms of look at the staff recommendation is to adopt a resolution for the budget, and that is applying the ARPA funds. So we can start there with discussion about the ARPA funds.
Okay, well, I will move, because I think we need a separate motion on that.
Yes.
Okay, so I will move that we apply the 1.99 million in ARPA funds to the fiscal year 2024-25 budget with the idea they will be committed by the end of 2024.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. So I'd like to commit those funds. And now let's go to the budget as it is on the resolution. So,
And also,
Oh, I'm sorry. I do want to mention, part of the budget are the fees, and there is something that needs to be updated in the fees that I'm going to mention, which is the parkland fees. So they're not in the budget. If you're going to adopt the budget this evening, I just would like to say I want to do it with the caveat that I update those fees so that they can take effect July 1. So.
Just to clarify, the recommendation, we're going to discuss and continue to June 24th, the
Well,
adoption of the resolution?
If you decided that you wanted to adopt tonight, I just want to do it with the caveat. If it's going to be continued, I can make that change next time. So I just want to make sure that you don't adopt it without, making that change to the fees.
right. So first, is there any other discussion about the budget itself as presented here?
I think Carl laid out that,
unfunded,
talking about the
yeah.
unfunded bit.
Mhm.
And to me, like that discussion would influence whether it's continued or not, right? Because
Right.
if that discussion, if we end up having to pull anything above the line and something else to go below the line, then that has to be redone, right? So I think that's probably I would think that's probably the next thing to talk about, is just make sure we all agree on the unfunded. Then then the budget might stand on its own. That'd be my thought.
Okay, let's go to unfunded request, and you can find those starting on page 11. Is it? And we're kicking off with the big meaty one, the 3.3 estimated cost of 4 million cost for the community center roof and HVAC system boiler. This is a big one.
think we just acknowledge that we're contributing to the sinking fund and it's unfunded.
It's unfunded. It'll
I would-
continue. It'll be part of our deficits. The 650 for the Buckeye Fields, 270K for the Buckeye parking lot and the community park parking lot. If there's any questions or concerns, please jump in. The 200K for raising the Campana building.
I do have a comment
Yes.
on that one, or question. It does say safety concerns. I'm just worried, do we have any liability issues? Are we worried about other kids breaking into the building? I mean, it is this kind of attractive nuisance sitting right there. I just want to kind of get curious to get Public Works thoughts on that.
So actually, council member, all of the above, and I don't want to give any ideas, but you could have squatters in the building and then we'd have a different issue. You could, we were asked to board up the building just so people wouldn't try and go up the dilapidated staircase on the outside of the building. There are some concerns. We did meet with our building department from Contra Costa County, and they went over some things that, we could do short term, but longer term, I would suggest that you demolish the building, get it raised. Even longer term, even if you weren't to keep that property, it would be more marketable as a lot than it is as the property with the current building.
Great. So do you, in your current budget then, because this just talks about raising it for 200,000, are you going to do the short-term mitigation factors then, or what's?
So we've done that.
You have done that already. So
We have done
do you feel
that.
comfortable then that we're okay for the year? I mean, that's my.
You could let
question,
it
sorry.
sit. We haven't had any problems thus far, and it could continue that way.
But we did have problems at what was the Madison Park, right? The one that before it got raised.
There were.
Yeah.
We could have
It-
similar Yeah. So there is a precedent around the corner and up the street.
Right.
So.
Thanks, Mike.
Yeah, I think this is a difficult one. In discussions with Tracy, I think we need to reconstitute our property subcommittee, because we had been discussing this and, things, but, Teresa left and we haven't continued that. What I would suggest is that if there's a strong recommendation not to do this, I'm definitely open to it, but I would suggest we not put this in, but mark this for something to discuss in December. Once we know what happens with the vote, and reconstitute the property committee and, discuss wider concerns with respect to that property and what can be done with it, as opposed to spending the money now. But if the recommendation is it's really important to spend the money now, I'm open to that.
Doesn't sound like, and I agree. I want to, we could piggyback on that too, because that has the added effect. If it was raised and made a parking lot, then you got immediate public benefit out of it as well. So you got a twofer. We get rid of a nuisance and potentially, increase in parking. But yeah, I would agree. I would love to revisit this in December or whenever we are going to do the checkpoint on the budget.
So if we put a sales revenue on the ballot, sales tax revenue on the ballot, and it doesn't pass, we won't have the money for this regardless.
Right.
So, okay.
Well, actually, I would actually say this becomes, I think we probably would have money for this in December. I'm getting the sense that we can go status quo for a little bit longer. This has to be done, right? This is not optional. So I think it would just be require deeper cut some other place. That's all, but.
Yeah, the
Okay,
only
fair point.
hesitation I have about getting the details here, like we had before, was there's a lot of questions. Like the 200,000, what does that give us in terms of parking? Because I know we had this discussion about, is it gravel? Is it repaving? Is it patching? What happens to the electric utilities that go through the building?
Yeah, so those would have to be disconnected and safed up. And there is a current portion of the property that has a tenant. So we have to keep power to them in the secondary building and disconnect the utilities, shut off the sewer, shut off the electrical, gas. And it would be a patchwork. It doesn't have to be a gravel parking lot. The intent would be that it would all be paved, but it wouldn't be resurfaced and redone and, completely restriped. It would be just make it safe and more level. And then you could get, I'm going to say it's about 25 parking places in total. But we haven't really done the design, but that's about right, because I did look at just the square footage in the area some time ago.
Okay, paved
Paved.
for the 200,000.
Even those costs are a little bit dated, so I'm hesitant to
Yeah.
say, but I believe so. I did have literally quotes for demolition and talked to pavers, and that's how I kind of came up with that 200,000. That was several months ago. It'll be another cycle or of it just really depends. Can we get a good deal?
So I have a different, I would much rather raise this building now. I don't, delaying it, it's just going to get more expensive. We have to do it. This is one that we can push beyond. And so I would rather do it now in good weather and get rid of it and do, because we're going to have to do it. And whether we, so for two, maybe we can say do not exceed $200,000. That means the repairs you make, it is gravel, whatever. But I'm much more of a preference to see it torn down now because we have to do it.
If I could just add that now might mean about 7 or 8 months.
Oh, fine,
It's
right.
not that
Let's
fast,
get the-
but doesn't have to be necessarily a good weather project. In fact, it may be less expensive in the winter because the
Okay,
paper's
whatever,
available
yeah.
and things like that. And this is one of those projects I can kind of piece together
Okay.
and try and just work the best value possible and get some input from some contractors.
That sounds ideal.
I have a question about that. That you said you did get bids from demo bids for it, and is this a building that was built before 1970?
Yeah, we have the environmental survey now, and what I got was initial guesstimates from demolition contractors, but they all said, I think I talked to 3 different companies, all said, you're going to need the environmental assessment. Where's the asbestos? Where's the lead? And there are all those things, by the way.
Yeah, right.
So
That's where I was going with the question. If there's a
So actually, a big portion of that $200,000 is a specialty contractor and the hazardous waste component, of eliminating that and disposing of it correctly, and keeping the surroundings safe while they're doing the demolition.
Okay, thank you because that's always a surprise when they find it, and a budget surprise.
So I just had a quick follow-up on that one, just because I know I think we're about ready to kind of say we're not going to add any additional tasks, right? And this is a new task. Does this have impact on anything else you're doing? Or do you think it's something, I mean, I know it's an unfair question. So what is the impact of adding this design work? to your work?
Well, fortunately, it's not a big design. This could be kind of a design build, if you will. Mostly the demolition is getting bids for demo from an appropriate contractor that knows how to go through the environmental process and safe up the utilities and get the appropriate building permits that go with that. And then working the safing up the parking lot that will be built in whatever fashion we can once we do the other removal. It's a different lot. I mean, there's a large culvert that runs under that building and under that property. We're not excavating down 10 feet. This would be surficial and we'd safe it up. Some of the foundation may be left in place, but we would level it somehow. I don't know all the details. We'd have to get into it, but we would just make do with the best we can. And it's just a project we would absorb. Probably one of the things I enjoy about Lafayette is we get to wear a lot of hats and your directors get to do project work. And I'm thinking this would probably be one of my projects with obviously some help from other staff.
Also be a great LES field trip to walk down and watch the demolition. Sure there'd be third graders who'd love to watch it.
So let me clarify where we're ending up with this, because Councilman Dura, you were thinking we keep this off till December, reconsider it, or
Of what I've heard, I think
Yeah.
since it's not going to get done right away, we'll have time to look at something. I hate taking all this time tonight because, anyway, I would approve going ahead with it now.
Okay.
Putting it in the budget.
I just wanted to clarify that.
Oh.
Okay.
I just want to make a suggestion because I want to be mindful of, we've talked a lot about cuts. I think that we can do for no money right now is direct staff to get a better bid, really tie some things up, get a plan together to find out what it's going to cost. By the time we get that done, we we're in the middle, we're not at the end of our fiscal year yet. It's entirely possible that we will end the fiscal year in slightly better position than what I have estimated here. We may end up getting extra money in revenue because I've only estimated these things. We will probably save additional money that's not included here. So I think we can do upfront work for no money going forward. And then once we have it together and we know how much it's going to cost, we'll have ended the fiscal year. We will have had revenues and costs. And if there may be extra money available there that won't really affect the budget, and we can put it in the budget later. So rather than do it now, we do a little bit more research, because it's entirely possible with the way that costs have gone that we find out that it's 400. But I think we could potentially find money for this if we let the fiscal year play out and do this later on, but direct staff to start doing the project just with staff time. As Mike has indicated that we can do that, right? So we have more information. That's what I would recommend, rather than add any money to the budget right now.
Okay. So for now, leave that off and direct staff otherwise. Okay. And we'll bring it back. We'll
Give
bring
it
it back.
staff
Yeah.
direction to start
Right.
and not spend money and really have a much better idea of how much it will cost. And then we'll see where we are at the end of the year. It's entirely possible we could find a little bit of extra money.
So what do you recommend us to do for the rest of these? Still wait? I'm just asking, is that?
I personally, staff's recommendation is not to fund any of them, because we've just, unless you want to take money out of the budget,
Okay.
that's an
Got it.
equal amount. If there's something on this list that you feel is really important, you need to balance it where it is now.
Okay, just to continue down the list, it was $80,000 in for the remote controlled mower for weed abatement, which is part of fire prevention. And that actually I heard could be used across different departments as well, correct?
I've actually talked to Confire about this about this piece of equipment, as well as Lafayette PD. There's a couple of different models. Confire's hand crew is looking at it themselves. Caltrans uses it. In the parkland, we have the new Hamlin property that's a very steep hillside. We've had demos on this hillside from a couple of these units, and it does the work of a crew of 3 that would take them an hour in 10 to 15 minutes. On this very steep hillside, it's a lot safer with an operator standing at the bottom. It's got a number of safety features built into it. It's having the right tool for the job. And when you're looking at the cost of goats and string trimming, it will pay for itself over time. Any residents that have large steep properties, I encourage you to look into this as well. Fire prevention's huge in the town, and this piece of equipment looks like the future out there and what it can do to make our community safer. So I understand the budget position now. If we do find ourselves in a position where we can do this at some time, it is, like I said, the right tool for the job to help us with these community park, Hamlin, Murray Lane. There are some roadside areas that it's a little bit different in how Public Works might be able to use it. Along some of our trails using this piece of equipment, just something to consider as we move forward with fire safety to keep in mind.
Thank you, Jonathan.
A quick question.
Yes, please.
So is this not something, if we kind of, with the fire safety angle, not something kind of some sort of grant or something? This feels like such a thing that but this has got, like, kind of, as you say, the bigger thing that, could be leveraged by other communities, by Confire. I'm surprised, I'm just wondering if it's something we can get a grant for.
The very first thing I did when we got the estimate and the image of this was send it to Townsend Public Affairs, our consultant working with the grants, to let them know this is a piece of equipment we're very interested in. John Cornell and the police department is aware of it too, as they're looking at grant opportunities. I've talked to Lamar and Dessert about it as it's come through. We're very excited about the possibility of what we can accomplish with this and how much more we could accomplish with this every year. So yes, we're seeking any opportunity that we can. Members of the community, if you want to get behind it, any way to get this piece of equipment in our hands, we know we could get a lot done with it.
No, I trust me, at the top of Marchino Hill, that would be a godsend. So are these available for people like us, to go buy, or is it only for like agencies and stuff?
No, I believe so. There are equipment sales representatives out there that can show you these. The wonderful videos on YouTube are RC mower. Oh, there's ones with tank tracks. There's so they can handle those steep hillsides. There's ones it's a smaller unit with a different type of wheel that works very well on the hillside and uses a winch to get up high. And I'm learning a lot about this very quickly as we're looking at this as a possibility. So a really good piece of equipment. You do have to, as I was talking to the fire crews, it's a mower. You have to know what you're doing. You have to use it at the right time of the year. For us, it's an early and often piece of equipment where we could get to the grass while it's green. And right now for fiscal responsibility, you have to wait till you're right on that edge when you do your weed abatement. Otherwise, you have to come back and do it twice. And when that's $27,000 to do the Hamlin property with the goats, if you do that early and have to come back and do it twice, to have this piece of equipment where you could go back and do what you needed to do. But anybody who's doing it themselves does have to be mindful. Taking mowers out there is spark danger too that you have to be very mindful of. We had fire operators out there with us doing the demos just to make sure it was safe, and we had all that fire safety equipment because we are taking it very, very seriously and all the abatement in the park properties and around the area.
Thank you. Okay. And there's to complete the list, there's 48,000 for crossing cards. That's basically additional to the 100,000 that we do have in the budget to share for with the school district. And then there's unknown funds. So staff's recommendation, as Tracy mentioned before, is to not entertain these because obviously if we do, we're going to need to look at, the balance of the rest of the budget and so we don't get further into a deficit, just adding on to that. So it sounds like the Campana building, we could kind of get some time on that by directing staff, but back to we can start at the top or we can look at this holistically in terms of how we want to look at these unfunded requests. We go with staff's recommendation, or do you want to go each one and add it?
I think we should acknowledge, so we did get the letter from the
Yes.
superintendent about the 48,000,
Yes, we did get the letter from the school district superintendent.
Yeah.
Stevens was here.
That's my mind. Yeah.
Yeah.
Are we just taking one at a time, just kind of, you're going to like a decision, yes, no on each one?
Let's do it. Okay, we'll start with community center, the 3.3 to 4.4 million estimate. It's obviously work that needs to be done. So how do we want to approach this?
Well, maybe you could just ask, is anybody in favor of moving it over into the current budget? And in the absence of that, then it would stay on this unfunded list.
Okay. Anyone in favor? Okay. All right. The patio at Buckeye Fields. I'm gonna, okay, until someone says aye, then let's the 270,000 for Buckeye parking lot and the community park parking lot. Comment. Campana, we have some direction on that. The remote controlled mower, $80,000. No. The crossing guards, the additional 48,000.
Yeah, I think we do
Me
need
too.
to discuss this, so
Yeah.
maybe we can
Yeah.
take care of the next one and come back to this.
Okay. So we'll come back to this unknown, the funds for traffic calming request.
Mike recommended 50,000. He thought that's what we would need.
Oh, yes.
Per year.
50,000 for this year.
Right. Well, I think he could spend $50,000.
He could spend it.
To respond to community.
Exactly.
request,
Right.
yes.
So ish
Yeah.
there.
So let's say around 50,000.
Right.
For traffic calming request. Okay. That sounds like we're going to leave that where it is, an unfunded request. let's go back to the
Well,
crossing guard.
well, no,
Oh.
I will argue for, well, I would like to consider that. Because I think we're really making progress on this. You know, we've got the new program, and I think to have the new program in place, which has been great in terms of taking care of the backlog, but I think we need to keep the momentum going on this program. So,
Would you be willing to wait until we get our,
yes.
yes, that's my question. Okay.
So I just want to say,
Well-
you know, I would be open to putting this in now, but I'd certainly be willing to mark this as something we discussed.
Right, 'cause, what are we waiting for? Because we actually have two kind of items. We have end of the fiscal year to see if we have extra money, which is like
Right.
3 weeks from now, or wait till December. Are you saying the 3 weeks from now?
I'm saying the 3 weeks.
Okay.
Okay.
So basically just do a quick revisit of the budget when the fiscal year's closed to see, is that what we're saying? I just want to, because
That's
that's
what I'm
kind of what we're
wondering.
doing, our campana. I just want to understand,
Yeah, well, we have to adopt a budget before June 30th.
right?
So we would be adopting it without these in, and then you're saying going back and do an amendment
Yes.
in July.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, I'd be interested in.
Yeah, you have comments on that? Okay.
We won't have numbers for the end of the fiscal year until August.
Till
Just want to
August.
be
Okay.
clear. I mean, we're pretty good and pretty fast, but not
That's
quite
that's
that
okay. I
fast
don't
to
think
tie
that's
up
a-
the end of the book.
That's it. Okay.
Well,
If I could make a recommendation on the funds for traffic calming, I might suggest that you wait until you actually have requests for the funds and know how much it's going to be. And maybe a new policy, which I think maybe we've had in the past, is we ask if the neighbors really want it, maybe the neighbors have to come up with some of the funds as well.
That was the consistent city policy for a number of years. The city would pitch in 50% and the neighborhood would as well.
I think that's fair, actually, because this is a resident-driven program. And that being the case, it would be good if we do that. And we look at that part of the co-funding, so to speak. So I can see that recommendation. Maybe that's something we look at the end of the year.
So just
Okay.
how that would work though. So we would just wait for traffic, for the tires to come in, staff would evaluate them and then bring them to our as a kind of a 1-by-1 approval. Is that how this would work then?
No,
We didn't have a budget line item
I
at this
believe
point,
we
right?
do it once a year now,
Right.
so that they're
Okay.
not trickling in, so there's certainly some time, we just did it, right?
That's right, we
We
did that.
almost have a year, so
Okay.
again, there's no need to do this now,
Okay.
just brought it to your attention, that's one of those things that you're considering, so again, you have time, we don't know what the TARs are gonna be.
So we leave it unfunded at 0 in the budget and then we would deal with it a year from now or some period of time from now.
Yeah, just
Right.
a couple of comments. I think the deadline for submission is in October, somewhere in the late fall. Yeah. So we'll have a sense then of what's coming in, but we adopted a program that didn't call for neighborhood contribution. So I don't think we can change that because we've got it out for this year. You know, because, well, unless you want to put it on an agenda to discuss it, because, you know, people can right now turn in applications, right, for,
It's available right
and,
now.
and they're doing it on the expectation that the city's going to be paying for it.
But that's a good point. I think do we need to put a caveat on that program that as it is, because the applications will be October, then reviewed. When is the review period? By January. Okay, so we'll need to put some
Yeah.
caveat language on there. Yeah, okay.
You would need to adopt a policy that because you've been paying 100%, the city has been paying 100% of the costs. If you're going to change that policy, we can bring back something for you to adopt, which tells the residents that if they want some traffic calming, they will have to contribute 50%. Can put that in place so that any new applications will have to conform.
That's two things then. We'll have to say that policy is changing and also it might not continue. Very frankly, okay.
But we don't have to say the policy's changing, right? I mean, we could keep the same, I mean, it's the same situation. If we're funding at zero, then no matter what is, whether we're paying 50% of it or 100% of it, we're gonna have to come back to the council for an amendment, right? So
Right. I guess I just don't want to give the residents that impression that if they put their application in, it's going to go through the normal process.
Right.
Yeah. So we,
Again, and we don't know what they're gonna ask for. If some
Right.
of it can be handled with paint and
Right.
plastic
Yep.
delineators, that's not a problem. If it's speed bumps, then that's different. So I don't know that you can, we don't know
Right.
until the applications come in.
okay. Okay. Thank you for the information, though, that we'll have to consider that if we're going to change it.
Yep. So in the next item, the 48,000 for the crossing guards, what is the timing on that? Does the school district need to know before entering into contract, or where are we on that?
This on now? We're approving it on Wednesday night. So,
Okay.
now we may not know what your contribution will be by Wednesday night, I imagine.
Okay.
Wait, no,
Was that your question?
well, I'm wondering, when do you have to sign the when do you need to know whether the city is going to be providing this amount or not? I mean, do you need to know, because we talked about waiting until later in the year, but if we wait till September, do you have to sign a contract in the next month, or how does this impact your decision? How does that work?
It would be better if Brent were here, but I can tell you that we put it on Wednesday night's agenda, not knowing what your decision would be. So my sense is that we will make a decision about that contract regardless of what your decision is on the 48,000. I mean, it will impact our budget as well. I can't say for sure I imagine we only budgeted for your $100,000 contribution. As you know, we're going through our own budget cuts right now, so the 48,000 is meaningful to us, though.
But it is you basically, they would get funded regardless. You're either gonna take it from, you would either take it from some other place in your budget, or do you have a sense on how that's gonna work?
Since we haven't approved the contract yet, I can't speak for everyone. I can't speak for everyone if they would decide to vote yes or no on that based on, I can't say how it would impact other people's decisions on the board. But I can say we did put it on the agenda, knowing that we may not have a decision from you. So we are going to make a decision on Wednesday night, I imagine, regardless of what you decide tonight or don't decide now.
Mhm. Thanks, Katie. Okay. Do you have a comment?
So Nirup, so if we put this in tonight, do we have to take something off of the other part of the budget? Or do we just reduce our reserves by 48,000?
I think it can be accommodated. We will probably take it from unspent funds, like staff, freezing of staff positions.
Okay.
Ideally, we would ask that any additions you make to the budget wait until the August date when Tracy will have a firmer handle on the numbers. This does not mean that the council will definitely not approve this addition, but the school district may not receive any guarantees by Wednesday. So if we ask, you've talked about a number of items. What we've heard is this is an important one, the crossing guard. The other is traffic calming. And the third is Campana. If I'm correct, those were the three you identified as being potentially funded in the upcoming fiscal year. If those three things can wait, we'd have a better handle in August. If you feel you would like to respond to the school district immediately, then I'm going to turn it to Tracy. to see if where the funds will come from.
Well, I mean, Councilmember Candela is right. $48,000 is not going to make or break the budget. It's just going to be potentially another 48,000 on top of a $2 million. So at that point, I would, however, caution that you're in cutting mode. You have in front of you a lot of very painful cuts. You're asking your staff to go without staff that they need to accomplish some of the tasks. So I guess the question is it just a matter of the dollars? We could probably accommodate the dollars. But the question is, you know, these are some serious things that are going to be coming down the pike, some painful, these are exactly the kind of painful trade-offs that are going to need to be made. So you don't necessarily have to make it on this one, but this is exactly what will need to be made in the future. This is giving money, it's giving money away in a way. I mean, out of our budget to another organization. So there are a lot of things I think you need to consider around, you know, how that, what that does in terms of your policy. So it's not just the dollars. I'm not going to stand here and say $48,000 is going to make or break the city.
I totally understand that, and I completely feel this one. But for me, this one is a shared safety responsibility for our students that we have prioritized at the top of our list, you know, for a couple of years now. And I look at it more like that as a policy decision. And because it's not going to kill the budget, I'm willing to make that, you know, leap and to give them a little more comfort. And they're facing just as bad as we are. So I don't know. I think this one feels different to me.
This was something we discussed, oh gosh, it was last year when the school district came for an additional 40,000 over the 100,000. And we granted that, saying we would need to discuss this for next time. And this is this time. So I understand what you're saying, but I think it's important that we do look at those trade-offs. The school district has obviously budget challenges, but they also have other mechanisms to look at raising money to cover that they might be looking at something similar later. And I don't think it's a lack of us being a value and a priority for us, but I think right now in front of us is our budget and what Tracy's saying, it's like giving away that money because we still have these tasks in front of us, which are core tasks. And then our council priorities as of now, which is fiscal sustainability, which has risen to the top. So I think for me, I can see waiting on this one without like automatically adding it right now, at least. It still kind of delays that conversation that we need to make because that, as I understand it, this contract, we have no control over that. And I'm not really sure. I mean, it was, I guess the police department had it years ago. The school district has it. There's no really set regulation or standard in the state or between cities about how this is handled. So we just need to, you know, figure that out before we just kind of go ahead and write the check, so to speak.
Yeah, I'm going to take a little different approach than that. I agree with Councilmember Candel. When we discussed this last year, the reasoning for, you know, well, okay, the basic understanding, of course, is that we would split it up to 100,000, and then it jumped way above because of what happened with COVID. And I think well, I know the main reason we decided to do it was this shared responsibility and sort of the history of what's happened in the last couple of years. And we felt that this was important to do. We did say this is one time only and we'll discuss it. But I think that I see it as, you know, not much higher than what we did last time. I still feel that we have a joint obligation to keep our kids safe. And I'm going back to what we said about letting the voters decide what will happen on this. I would be more in favor of putting it in, providing the school district, making sure our kids are safe, And if we don't get the revenue then next year is going to be a different story. So I would be in favor of going ahead, putting it in and saying, as we did last time, that we're just today or later in June, we're deciding for then, and we'll have to make another decision the next year. And if we don't have the additional revenue, it's probably going to be a different decision. So I would vote for funding it.
My only point is it's difficult to have these kinds of discuss. I mean, I understand we said, I wasn't here last year, but you push ahead, oh, we'll discuss next year. Well, it's just so difficult to make these kind of decisions 11 p.m. on budget night. So I would suggest if the policy, and perhaps we do it after the first of the year, we need to have a policy discussion of we're just going to cover 50%. And we're going to trust now perhaps I would suggest maybe we are involved in the negotiations, at least a representative on negotiations for the crossing guard. It feels odd that we're just we don't have any control, any input at all, and we're just kind of given a bill. So I would suggest if we end up having this kind of 50% limit that we're just always going to match, that we have some sort of seat at the table because we're on the hook then. So that would be my suggestion, because it can't just be, it's just not fair to anybody to kind of come in with this number that we don't know how it comes with and we're stuck doing it. Because regardless of what happens to sales tax, it'll be this every year, right? Because these numbers are just going to go up. So.
Yeah, because I think it was 40,000 this last year, and now it's 48.
Well,
Yeah, so that's
and you look at the rate of growth of the last 5 years that Dr. Stevens put in his letter. It's
yeah,
staggering. I was like, so.
yeah. Okay, so
I'll weigh in on the side of, we're already $2 million or more in the hole. So I don't feel like we're in a position to be generous, and we're already contributing $100,000 here. We really have to, we're going to be disappointing people and our partners, whether it's the chamber who's asked us for money or seniors. There are many programs where we contribute to the betterment of our community. It hurts me for every single one of those. And this one is a big hurt too, but we're going to need to disappoint a lot of people. And I think we just have to start recognizing that we're already in a hole if the public were to decide to raise more revenue in the fall, we would know we'd have more to spend. But at the moment here, we're not at that decision. We don't have that money. So I don't feel comfortable going even more into a hole, no matter what the cost is, because we just don't have that money. So it's not like we've not given anything we have. And I think all these items here that are unfunded, I think we have no choice except to not include them in the budget and get ourselves deeper. And if things are different in December, then we'll have some leeway. But until then, I think my mentally is like no to new programs. Bullet point number 2, like nothing new. We have no money. So I would not put it on there for this year. Yeah.
okay, quick straw vote on that then. For moving this into the budget, an unbudgeted item into the budget. Those in favor? Yeah, that's Councilmember Andori, McCormick, and Candell. And Vice Mayor and myself are a no. But with a 3-2, we will move it over. And I think you've heard Vice Mayor Kwok and my own thoughts on that, but okay. All right, so we went through unfunded and let's get back here. And now we'll move on to the budget. We've am I correct? We're moving on to the budget and whether or not we see through to passing that resolution with the addition of what we just mentioned.
Say as amended, because if you were to do it, you would amend it for the additional 48,000 and I'll fix the fees. So you would, if you were so inclined, approve it as amended. And then I put the amendments, I can come,
What was the second amendment? The part,
I just have to fix the fees just to make sure they match the most current fees.
okay.
But the other one was the $48,000 for
Right.
crossing guards as well.
Wonder, is it better to just put it over till next meeting and get all that in there, or?
Yeah, so it's clean.
We can do that too. We could just put it, can we put it on consent? No, but we could just continue the public hearing and it would be very quick to just approve the resolution and make sure that I can come back and make these. There are some adjustments in the budget I need to make anyway, so to have a clean budget.
Okay,
Yeah, that feels better.
then we'll do that. We'll continue that to the next meeting.
Yes.
Is there a motion?
Motion to continue to the next meeting with the changes that Ms. Robinson has suggested.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. I just thank everybody for that discussion. That's a tough one. And again, the work that went into from our finance director and administrative director and all our staff for going through that relatively painful exercise, I'm sure. Okay. Oh, we have items removed from the consent calendar was the minutes.
I pulled the minutes of the May 28th meeting to make one correction and one clarification, and that would be on page 18 of 36. As you recall, we had a presentation from the Community Technical Advisory Committee for the East Bay Mud Reservoir Tower project. And we had gentlemen committee present to us. And then we had a statement from East Bay Mud, Mr. Yaloyi. And then we also had AECom engineer present and gave some slides. At that point, on page 18, Councilmember McCormick asked if the committee would comment on the speaker's statement. And the minutes say that Mr. Yololi said he suggested to the committee that they not attempt to respond, but actually it was Mr. Chong that said that. And so I offer the correction that Mr. Chong, not Mr. Yololi, said that the committee would not rebut the AECom individual statements. And then the next sentence said that Vice Mayor Kwok said he and Councilmember Nduri are the liaisons to East Bay Mud, and he should mention that they have had a great relationship with East Bay Mud for many years. I suggest that the sentence read that he should mention that the city of Lafayette has had a great relationship with East Bay Mud for many years. We have too, but I think our intent was that the city enjoyed that. So I offer those one correction and one clarification to the minutes.
Okay, thank you for that. Are there, oh, please,
Yeah, I'll move adoption of the minutes as amended.
thank you.
A second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, thank you. Okay, on to item 15, council and commission reports. Any updates? No? Yes, please.
So Councilmember Nduri and myself, as an action item coming out of the last meeting, where we discussed East Bay Mud, and one of the action items was to meet with East Bay Mud Ward 2 Director Luz Gomez. And we did in fact meet with her that Friday, May 31st. And just by way of background, Director Gomez joined the board on April 9th. And so having met her on May 31st, it was less than 2 months into her term. So we provided her a background from Lafayette, City of Lafayette's view on what has happened with this project, with the tower and our committee and so forth. And as our Ward 2 representative, we asked her for her assistance in addressing this matter as our representative. In her words, she concluded we had a very good discussion to explain the issues, and her takeaway was that she recognized, she said, I want you to know that I heard you, that the reservoir tower is an important icon to the community in La Marinda. She expressed that she was open to meeting directly with the Community Technical Advisory Committee. And so she indeed has moved forward to schedule a meeting on June 14th with members of our group, the community group. She hoped that there would be further attempts to collaborate and achieve a solution satisfactory to all. And we expressed that that was the original intent of this project for a long time, but we were not able to get there. So we still plan to move forward, but if there was a chance to collaborate, we encourage her. So that's basically the essence of our meeting. Councilmember Nduri, have I?
That's a
that's
great
it?
summary. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other updates? Carl?
Quick one. If you're in the city offices, you've probably seen it, but the artwork by the Spring Hill Elementary School first graders, it's unbelievable. You just have to see it. I'm just hoping, well, I sent an email. I don't know if we can get it in the library somewhere so more people can see it and so the first graders can see their work in the, our library. But if you haven't seen it, you should drop by the city offices. It's great. I wonder how Johnny's Donuts got such a prominent place. Yeah, it's it is wonderful. And then this has nothing to do with council work, but something so amazing in the world of sport happened last week that I have to mention it. You're probably all aware that the United States is hosting the Cricket World Cup. And last week, the United States beat Pakistan. So in every headline about that, either the word shock or stunned was in there because that was just, that is a amazing thing. If you had bet a little bit of money on that, you would have been.
That's great. So I'm going to bring it back to some things that did come up. Councilmember Nduri, I heard you say we might consider reconstituting the property committee. So maybe we might want to bring that up. I also note we do not have a council liaison to the East Bay Regional Parks District, and I think that is something we should consider. They are such an important partner in our community on so many fronts that I think we should also bring that to council for if we want to add that. I was at the mayor's conference with City Manager Srivatsa on Thursday. We had a great presentation from the Contra Costa County Library. But it also was brought up that ABAG is having their General Assembly. Are you, oh, awesome. Okay, good. Thank you for that. Oh, okay. Oh, thank you. Okay. And I just want to note this morning, I was in a Zoom meeting. It's the 25th anniversary of a pipeline explosion up in Bellingham, Washington. And that was a pipeline exploded. It leaked natural gas into a river in Bellingham and went on fire, killed 3 young boys that were just out of school. One just graduated 5 days previously. But it was a flashpoint for the community to gather and fight for regulations of pipeline safety. And out of that came the Pipeline Safety Trust, which actually works with the federal government in creating a lot of the regulations that we have seen to protect the public. Because before it was one of those big industries that just was not regulated. No training, no maintenance, really not a lot of standards in terms of public safety. So it was attended by the chair of the NTSB and the administrative director of the PHMSA, which is a Pipeline Hazardous Material Group. And I mentioned this because it's pretty much was along the pathway of how I even came to council was PG&E pipeline safety. And it just reminds me, because that was a small group of, it was families who were affected by this, obviously, missing a family member, that brought these things to play. And it reminds me to keep up the work that the group did with the Gas Safety Task Force and following up with PG&E, because there is still outstanding questions we have. One of it is members of the Gas Safety Task Force, a few of them just went last month to meet PG&E and talk about some updates. And one of the things discussed was that some of the transmission line that runs through Lafayette will be declassified back to distribution main. And to me, that raises a red flag because they put those pipelines into the transmission program to be safer. And these are part of the CPSI program that we've been going back and forth on. So it just raises some flags. I would like to bring PG&E back, not only for this, but also for the update on the electrical infrastructure where there were outages and we still don't know if that was actually rectified. So I would like to bring that back. I'll talk to you, City Manager Narup and PG&E. But
Yep.
please.
That reminds me of a follow-up. After we heard from the representative of the insurance commissioner, she had promised, I asked a question about when can we expect that the regulations will go into effect so that insurance companies can re-enter the market and write policies under the new regulations, and what's the earliest then that a homeowner could actually be insured? And after a while of not getting any, it's in the minutes, she agreed to provide the answer. After a little bit of not getting an answer, I put it in an email and sent it to her. And after a little while of waiting, I got an answer that didn't answer the question. It basically said, well, we have no idea how long it's going to take for an insurance company to prepare their application. And that's kind of not the point. So I went back and said, let's take that out of the equation. What's the date the regulations will be in place? And then forget about how long it takes for the insurance. We'll build that in. But once they file, how long will it take you to process that? Just trying to get a sense, because what we're left with and what we read about is that in December, this new regime is going to go into effect. Well, what does that really mean? I mean, the new regime goes into effect, but when then can we expect that homeowners can actually get insurance under the new regime? And I'm not going to be around for the next few weeks. I hope she gets back. If she doesn't respond by July 1st, I'll follow up again.
Yeah, so thank you for that. Senator Glazer actually had a podcast where he did interview Commissioner Lara, our insurance commissioner, and the senator did call for question. That was exactly the question that I left. Unfortunately, it didn't make the podcast, but there's another place that they are aware that we are waiting for some information on that. So thank you. We'll keep track of that. But by the way, that is actually a really informative podcast. So I encourage the public or anybody to listen to that. It gives some more information about the background of what the commissioner and his department have been working on. So if there's no other updates, okay. I'd like to adjourn in the
I'm
memory.
sorry, if you could
Oh,
just ask for a public comment
I'm
on
sorry.
that item.
Any public comments?
Mayor Dawson, there are no speaker slips for persons in the community hall, and there are no hands raised in our virtual audience.
Thank you. Then on that note, I'd like to adjourn in memory of the 3 young boys that lost their lives 25 years ago. And hopefully it was for, out of tragedy comes improvement. So hopefully that will continue. Thank you.